To this beautiful morning of Sunday, June 2nd. We didn't mention it, Joe, but yesterday, this summer has started. Joe, my fantastic co host, and me, we're very happy to welcome you here at the 21st Susan Polgar Foundation Girls Invitational Tournament. And today we have the finals. Joe, what are your feelings about everything that's about to happen today?
Well, I'm excited to be back. This is day two of the playoffs. This is essentially the final four of Susan Polgar's Foundation Girl Invitational. Uh, yeah, this is going to determine who the winners are, who's going to get the prizes for the top four, as well as these massive scholarship prizes, well over $100,000 total, to be awarded today. So it's a big deal. These are the best players for this age range for the girls in the US, and we're gonna see who's the best. I think Rochelle Wu won clear first yesterday on tiebreak. I shouldn't say clear first, but we're gonna see if she can maybe hold on to that first place spot and get the scholarship prize. So it's a pretty prestigious event. It's a pretty big deal for these four players, and maybe an underdog can take that top spot. We saw some draws actually amongst these top players, but in today's format, we're not going to allow draws because it's a best of two. They're going to play two games each, and then if it's still tied, we're going to go to an Armageddon game actually. So we're going to force a winner between these players, and we've got two rounds today.
Yes, indeed. We are having a very exciting semifinals and finals, and those who lose in the semifinals are still gonna fight for the third place and the fourth place regardless. We're gonna have lots of emotions. Finally, no draws will be allowed, and I'm pretty sure that our arbiter, fantastic arbiter Judith Starray, is gonna make this no draw rule as well. We also will be having some nice hosts and some nice guests joining our fantastic hosts, and I am also excited for that. So this show has brought us so many interesting people, and many of them, most of them, I didn't know myself. So for me, it's always a pleasure to have new faces joining.
Yeah, I actually was surprised, like two of them that I had apparently met at Pan American's big college tournament in January every year up in Seattle. So it's cool to see all these chess organizers and as you mentioned, how close knit everyone really is. Of course, I've known Papa Botes for a long time. I've known Glenn Panner. We had Judith on, who hopefully will be joining us back again today. And of course, the star, the main organizer, Susan Polgar herself joined, which was an honor to have been part of that. So we should have the games starting quite soon. We do have a delay. So at the top of the hours, they should start their matches. And then there will be a 5 minute delay before we see them on the events page. But yeah, we will have even more guests today. And yeah, it's an honor to be back, Dina. So I can't wait to see some more fighting chess and talk to some awesome, amazing guests later today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And well, maybe we'll even get the winner on the show, you know. That would be fantastic.
Yeah, we didn't have any player interviews yesterday, so today I think it'll be very exciting to maybe talk to the winner. So maybe we could start some predictions. I'm gonna go with Rochelle. Who do you think, Dina? Do you agree
Well,
with that?
then in that case, I have to pick Ree,
Okay.
just to
Yeah,
do
we might
something
see
opposite
that.
from you.
We might see that in the second round because in the first round, I believe the standings it's one versus four and two versus three, and then the winner of those two will play. So, um, yeah, I don't think Rui actually got second on tie breaks, if I'm not mistaken. I believe second place ended up being Avery Yu. Third place was Omi. Actually, whoa, we're gonna see Rochelle versus Rui in the first round. It's 1 versus 4. That might as well be the finals. So that's gonna be very
Oh,
exciting to see that in
that
the
would be
first round.
crazy. But I think it's by rating. I think it doesn't matter who is first and second and fourth.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's by rating, which is in the sense way it makes and does not make sense. It makes sense because you really want to see so to be the top seeds facing each other in the end, not knocking out each other. Yeah, but it doesn't make sense because those who played well kind of deserve their spot, right? In the like those who played well, the Swiss deserve their highest spot.
Okay. Yeah. Is that in the rule book?
Yeah, definitely. No, as I can guarantee you, I remember Judith yesterday on the show said that it's gonna be by rating.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's my misunderstanding then. But that'll help save us from this Rochelle versus Rui first round matchup. Honestly, I don't know if it really matters when they would play, if they were to play at all. But um, either way, we're gonna have some exciting chess, and I I don't know if we're gonna see any Armageddons. I assume we probably will, and that'll be also exciting. But they don't have a bidding process. It's um, a set amount of time. Do you remember um, the time odds?
You mean the beating time? Oh, for Armageddon. Let
Mm-hmm.
me see if I have it. I might actually have it with my regulations tab.
So white will get 5 minutes and black will get 4 minutes with
Yeah,
no increment. So it's gonna be basically a blitz game.
and black
And
has draw odds.
yes, and the colors will be determined by a random computer draw. So it's basically a coin flip.
Wow.
Which you would probably prefer black, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I always prefer black. Although you know what, Joe? All I noticed that all like top players, like really like 2700s, 28, 2600s, they all prefer white. They say white has such a because they say that there is never any draw anyway in such games. So it's all like you play for the clock. I actually because I've been working on the Armageddon tournament by World Chess last year, which literally is designed for this Armageddon games, and everybody would always pick up white, which for me was eye opening. Because even in
Well,
the drawish position, you still play for time, right? You still try to flag your opponent.
yeah, I've seen players have their own preference. I think a lot of people love to have the draw odds, of course. I think that might be the standard choice, but there's different Armageddon formats that I think are very interesting where like in this situation there's no increment, right? So it's just what you have is what you get. But they've introduced this increment after like move 40 or something. So you can't like flag if the game goes that long. I think that's a very interesting uh idea, right? And that changes things for sure because if you have no increment, then yeah, the extra time is huge because you could just flag your opponent. But if you have the increment added later, then the time difference isn't that big of a deal as long as you get to that move number to add the increment, then it's harder to flag.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. And soon we're gonna have the games going. Very soon. I am so looking forward. I think it's gonna be so much fun. Today, no draws allowed. It's gonna be the blood and nothing else. Um, yep. We're
Yeah, the
gonna.
players should have started, but yeah, we do have this 5 minute delay for broadcast purposes, and obviously it's a fair play regulation, so it's the same as yesterday. Um, so we are waiting maybe another 2 more minutes before we start to see the games.
Yep. What did we say? Time control remains the second for the same for the first game. 25 plus 5. This is all played for USCF online rating.
Yeah, it's an officially rated events. I know that some players don't really play USCF online that much, so those ratings might not be the most accurate, but they should be being paired by their official USCF classical rating, to my knowledge. But we also have their chess.com rapid ratings, I think, sometimes listed yesterday. So.
And that's true as well. How much are you familiar with our first guest?
Well, have we announced who it is yet on the show? He'll be joining us any minute, right?
We have not.
Well, I'm excited to share that our first guest will be a grandmaster and the head coach of Webster University's chess team, Liam Lee. He will be joining us any minute now, actually, or maybe and hopefully we'll have some commentary from him. But he is a very well-known grandmaster, very competitive coach and player. You probably know more about his accolades than I do, but I've worked with him closely as I run a lot of collegiate events. Webster actually came in second place in the Collegiate Chess League most recently, but they're definitely one of the most prestigious and historically winning team, especially at Pan Am's in the Final Four here in the US for college chess. And so he's been the coach since Susan left Webster. So he's a great guest to have, as these prizes will be for the chess team at Webster. So he's essentially going to be telling us about if these girls will be part of the team or not. I know some of them have already committed to other schools. Rochelle mentioned going to Northeastern yesterday, but um, and yeah, it's a huge opportunity, and it's not just about the school and the scholarship, but it's also about the coaching, right? It's a huge step if these girls wish to continue their chess training. They would go under Liam's coaching. So yeah. What do you know about Liam Lay?
That's amazing. I only know I only know him from the internet, and I follow a lot his internet results. But I have to drag your attention to the games because they have started. And by the way, speaking of the pairings, we do have Rochelle and Rui, but that's not because of how they finished in the tournament. That's actually by USCF over the board rating. Even though they're playing for USCF online rating, that's how the pairings were done, and that's why Rochelle is playing against Rui.
Okay. So yeah, 1 versus 2. 1 being Rui, 2 being Rochelle. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah. No. No, that's all right.
Are you saying it's by the online rating or by the USCF rating?
Pairings are by USCF over the board regular rating.
Okay.
So
I still think they are the 1 and 2, no?
yeah, well, that's what I thought as well. So USCF, but their USCF ratings are. Let me see. I actually can click here. We got the Sicilian going on. So that's great. Well, quick rating. What's quick
We have
rating?
Rui with
What's
the
a
white
quick
piece.
rating?
Quick rating?
It's like rapid. What is this American rules?
Yeah, that's a good question. I should probably know better.
Hello,
Oh.
Judith.
Hey guys, let me shut this off.
You decided to come over and set it all once and for all.
Yes, so let me explain quickly, okay? because we are still in the opening, and hopefully it's not that crucial yet. So the pairing, how they finished yesterday, okay? And I'm going there. So the first place finisher was Rochelle, okay? And the fourth place was Rui, okay? Based on some adjustments we had to make last night, first place was Rochelle, second place is Avery, third place is Omia, and fourth place is Rochelle. So the single elimination bracket calls for 1 versus 4 and 2 versus 3. So that's based on how they did yesterday and the final standings of yesterday. So Rochelle versus Rui and Avery versus Omia. Now, the who's getting white on the first game, that's based on their over the board rating, June supplement rating. And so since Rui is higher rated than Rochelle, just by a little bit, Rui got white in the first game, and same with Omia is just slightly higher rated than Avery. So Omia got Omia got white in the first game. Okay.
Got it. So basically, it's the pairings are made by their standings, but the colors are decided by their rating.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. Okay, I see Liam is here, so I'm gonna leave. But just a quick clarification. Okay.
Thanks,
Thank
Judith.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. And welcome to our guest of the hour here, Liam. Liam, it's an honor to have you back. You and I have worked a lot together for college chess events. It's exciting to have you here, and I know you're excited to watch this event in particular because there's a lot of prizes on the line for these students to actually get scholarships to be part of your team. So welcome. And I'm not sure if you've met Dina before or worked with her before, but we all know your very amazing accomplishments throughout the chess world. So you're a very established player yourself, besides just a coach. So yeah, an honor to have you here.
Thank you for joining.
Yeah, hi Joe, hi Dina. Thank you for having me here today. And of course, I know Dina. I've been watching her streams a lot of times, and yours as well, Joe. And you guys have been doing a fantastic job. So thank you so much for growing the game of chess in collegiate level, and also as well as the own girls competition, which we are having today.
That's very nice of you. Thank you so much for kind words. And likewise, well, listen, today we are having the semifinals and the finals. So, of course, we're gonna straight away pick your brain for what's going on the chessboard. And unfortunately, or fortunately, straight from the semifinals, we got two top seeds fighting each other. So, one of them will have to be eliminated.
Right. Yes, I'm looking at the games right now. So as I understand, there were 6 players who tied for first with 5 points out of 6 from yesterday, right? And now the top 4 are playing against each other.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay.
So
are they playing 2 games?
yeah, it's a 2-game match. If they're tied 1-1, then they'll do an Armageddon game. So maybe you can give us a bit of an insight of the players that have won this in the past. I know we talked to Anastasia yesterday, who was an alumni of this event and now works with you at Webster. She mentioned that there's a couple other Annas that I have also worked with because they've played in the Collegiate Chess League before, but there's Anne Marie and another Anne. So there's a lot of Annes at Webster. But I believe that they've also played in this event. Did they qualify with a scholarship as well to be part of the team?
Well, Anastasia won the scholarship a few years back. She didn't get to study at Webster, but she now works at Webster. The other 2 Annas, one is from Hungary and one is from Armenia. They're both very high-ranked players. I don't believe they play in the Susan Polgar Foundation US Invitational in the past, but they are also at my team now. And last year they did help with the event when we hosted the event at Webster, and they were coaching some of the girls there too. We have some coaching sessions before the tournament, and they were very helpful with that.
That's awesome. And yeah, do you think any of these four players, obviously like they're guaranteed to win the scholarship, but which ones do you think would be part of the like if they win the scholarship, does that automatically qualify for them for the team? Would they be part of the team at like let's say Pan Am's, for example?
Yes, definitely. So we offer scholarships at prices for this event, and that's probably the most valuable prices if they choose to study at Webster. So um, I think the first price is like full tuition and fee for 4 years. So that comes out to about 72,000 for their undergrad study. And I remember last year, Rian and Alice Lee, they tied for first with 5.5 out of 6. Um, if I'm not mistaken, Rian won on tiebreak. They had an Armageddon game. So that was very exciting. And this year, Riyang is back again, and I see that she's the top seed, and she's doing quite well too. So of course, she's the most experienced. She's the favorite to win. But let's not underestimate the other participants. And I know the other girls are also highly motivated. The scholarship is one thing, but it's also the prestige of winning the most prestigious all girls tournament in the United States. And I know it's a very special tournament for all of them.
Yep.
Makes a lot of sense.
That's very nicely done. I'm so curious to know how is well listen, we gotta talk a little bit about the game. So do you have the access to to the board?
Yes, I do.
So we can quickly, I guess, go through this game. It was Ruiz playing with white pieces. It was Sicilian defense, open
Right.
variation, and we got the dragon, classical dragon. So the position on the board currently is after knight came to d5, knight e5, bishop g5, knight takes d5, e takes d5, bishop f5. Are we still in the theory? That's gonna be my first question.
As far as I know, no, this is not theory anymore.
Okay, so like let's say, was there like who surprised who first? What was the first deviation?
The position looks pretty normal up until knight d5, knight e5 on move 12. And then after bishop g5, I suppose the best move for black is not knight takes d5, but bishop takes d5.
All right,
Because,
so tell me once again the move 95.
yes.
So 95 was correct?
For black, I think on move 13, black should take on d5 with the bishop instead of the knight.
Oh, bishop takes d5 instead of knight takes d5. So bishop g5, bishop d5, and pawn takes.
Yeah, and maybe queen c7, rook e8, something like that. Because I don't really like to waste a tempo with that bishop. In the game, she had to move the bishop again. And now she has to decide where to go with that bishop, and I'm not so sure. Because bishop d7 loses to f4. So like the final
Yeah.
position now, the bishop doesn't really have a good square to go to. And you don't really want to leave it there because after knight f5, the pawn is weak. So you have to do something here, which is not so clear to me yet. What to
Isn't
do.
that like a typical idea that it's supposed to, like, anyone who's playing dragon is supposed to know? That you take with a bishop and not with a knight?
Yeah, I think in most cases you like to take with a bishop, but there are always exceptions, and maybe that's why she took with the knight. Maybe she evaluated some other factors there. It's still a three results game. Anything is possible here, but I would still prefer white at this moment.
Definitely.
Interesting.
Yeah, because the bishop is in question by the knight, and as you pointed out, bishop d7 fails to f4, and the idea is that the knight is pinned along the e file. You don't want to allow bishop takes e7 with a fork. So knight d4 is a nice move.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to add one more thing. F4 immediately may not be the best time to do it because there's queen b6, and because of that pin, you don't win the knight on e5. So there are a couple things you can do. Maybe you play queen d2 first to connect the rooks, and maybe prepare bishop h6, maybe prepare c3. Just hold the position together for a couple more moves, and then f4 is always there. So it's a little bit annoying for black that black always has to think about what to do against f4.
Yeah.
Nice.
And Rochelle's she was up 4 or 5 minutes actually. But now Rui's up on time, so you can tell Rochelle is not as comfortable in this position as she was maybe throughout the opening. So definitely a slight inaccuracy as you pointed out. Bishop takes on d5 first was the better choice, and we see now why. So yeah, and this is maybe some analysis or training that you could provide these students if they join your team, right?
Yeah. Right now, I have to talk a little bit about my team, but right now, we have several female players in the team, so I'm sure they would have good company if they decide to join. And for this coming Pan Am, we will probably have an own woman team for Webster. So that's the very exciting. In the last few years, we have 2 female players, but this year we're gonna have more. So I think women chess, definitely we need to encourage more people to play chess and grow the game, yeah, overall.
Definitely. Yeah, that would be amazing. And I know at Pan Am's they have special prizes just for all female team, as well as I think a mixed team of two males, 2 females. Um, so that's really cool, and I think it's definitely been a topic in the past for the Collegiate Chess League. I know in the Pro Chess League they used to have a requirement to have at least one player. Um, so there's really cool rules and stuff like that that helps encourage it. And of course, this event is another huge event to encourage more women participation in chess. So it's cool to know that you have the 2 Annas at Webster currently, and more to come soon. So we also have a Webster player alumni in the chat. Danish Boros is tuning in. So you have a
Ooh.
lot of fans and former players. Um, I'm also a big fan personally of Ray Robson, who used to be on the team. I also know Eric Rosen used to be a part of the Webster team, and Irene as well, and Ilya, Ilya
Yeah.
Nizhnik was on it. I mean, probably the most historical chess team for all universities. I have joked around saying like it would be really cool if we came up with some sort of alumni events for college chess, and the more I think about it, I mean, I don't think anyone would ever beat Webster.
Yeah, thank you. We definitely have the most players, and many of them are very high rated. I think last time we counted more than 20 GMs from the Western team. So yeah, definitely a very good team.
That's incredible. Yeah, I'm probably your B, C, and D teams could beat most other schools' alumni teams. Um, so yeah, and you were part of the program, right, as a player?
Yes, I was a player for the Webster team from 2013 to 2017. I came from Vietnam, then I studied there, graduated in 2017. And then when Susan Polgar retired from Webster, then I took over for her position, and I've been working here since 2021. So now I'm the head coach of the team, and I'm recruiting new players. I'm training the current players, coaching them in various tournaments. So that's my job now.
That's amazing.
I'm so actually curious to ask you more questions, but I do have to pick up your brain for another game that's going on right now because one of these ladies is gonna be playing in the finals. So the second game that's ongoing is between Omia and Avery, and I want to walk you through this game very quickly. It's been a Queen's Gambit.
Right.
we believe, declined after e6, and now capturing on d5. We entering this very classical, very well-known position. The
Right.
white is going for the plan f3, e4. Captures on c3, and now b4, the famous minority attack. a6, a4, bishop d7, and a5. White decides to blockade, kind of to fix the structure and get and don't do the minority attack anymore. But black breaks through with b6, and after queen a2, this is the position currently on the board. Liam, all right, who is the one, like, what side made, let's say, to be the first deviation / mistake?
Yeah, I think white is definitely in the driver's seat for sure. A5 was a really good move. I like that idea because it was clear that the minority attack was not gonna work because b5, anytime white plays b5, black can take cb and then have a pass pawn with a5. Also, the c file is in black's favor. So what white really wants in this position is to break in the center, which we call the central attack with e4. And for that to work, you need to fix the queen side because you don't want to have too many witnesses there. Let's say e4, you always have to work, to watch out for ideas like d takes e4, f takes e4, queen d6, and then both d4 and b4 will be hanging. So you need to fix the pawn structure on the queen side first. Maybe you want to bring the knight to c5, and that's why she played a5. She wanted knight a4, knight c5, and only after she maximized on the positions of her pieces, then she's ready to play e4. So for that, black decided to play b6, which is basically the only counter attack there, because if black allow knight a4, then there will be no more b6, and black would be very cramped and no counterplay. So b6 is necessary. Now, white doesn't really want to take on b6. White wants to allow black to take on a5, and that's why queen a2. And now if ba, then white will take on a5 with the queen. White is okay with trading the queens, and then the knight is again trying to come to c5. So that's the current position. After queen a2, I think black should not take on a5. Black should bring one of the rooks to b8. So either rook a b8 or rook e b8, with the idea to take on a5 at some point, and maybe activating the rook to b4 or b3. And if black can liquidate, maybe trading all the pieces on the b file, maybe get c5 break, then black should be close to equality. But I would say black is still risking a bit here in terms of positionally. Black's only hope is to combine the queenside play with some play along the e file. Let's say if the white pawn is on f2 instead of f3, then white would have a very clear advantage here, because then e3 is no longer a witness. But here white has to watch out for e3 as well. So I see that she just played rook e7 for black. So she wanted to double the rooks and attack e3. That is a reasonable move. However, e3 is relatively easy to defend. White can also double rooks on e2 and e1. So it's gonna be a little bit of a waiting game now. Black does not want to take on a5, and white does not want to take on b6, at least not yet. And then we'll see what happens. But right now, I see white has a lot of ideas here, and black doesn't really have a counterplay.
Yeah, and black did play rook e7, so kind of pursuing your idea. That's interesting. So these are the current two games on the board. Whoa, look at this. All right, in this game, black already did a mistake. We left it after knight to d4, rook e8 was inaccuracy, and after knight takes f5, g takes f5, c3. Now queen to b6 is even worse because is the f5 pawn now vulnerable?
Yeah. f5 is vulnerable, and black king side is also a bit overexposed. And white also has a bishop pair. So for the long run, white should be clearly better here. I think queen c2 is the indicated move here. And black must play e6 to defend f5, and then white can centralize the other rook with rook ad1. And then white's main idea is just to activate the bishop pair, and then at some point maybe DE, but white does not have to rush with DE, and black is in a very difficult position, I think.
Dang. Yeah, all right. Well, we still are following the games, and that's good. Now we have a quick brief of what's going on. I was wondering, Liam, how's the training organized at the university? Like, how often and how obligatory are the chess classes?
So I only work with members of the chess team. I don't teach the like other students of the university. So first of all, they have to be good members who are I selected by myself, and then I offer them some scholarships, and then they become members of the team, and they get to represent the university in tournaments like the Pan Am, the Final Four, or the online collegiate Rapid and Bliss on chess.com every year now. So and for those students, right now we have my team has about 10 of those students on the team, and I work with them quite regularly, especially during the school year. Right now, most of them already go home for the summer, but during the school year when they're here, we have meetings every week, individually, one-on-one, as well as team meetings. I try to have team meetings every week, either Friday, Saturday. We work on things together, some certain topics, maybe openings, maybe play out some positions and analyze together. And on the one-on-one meetings, I customize my advice to each individual's needs. I have to analyze what their strengths and weaknesses are, and I offer them some advice to work on. And so that's basically my job. I have a lot of students that I try to support them professionally, try to help them achieve the best they can. And of course, we train together for the main objective, which is to win collegiate titles for the university.
That's beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's awesome, and you're doing a great job. So I had a question for you, Liam. Obviously, this event gives out scholarship prizes for Webster, but I was wondering what we could do or what needs to happen for more tournaments and more prizes for maybe scholarships to even more schools, or for more schools to have chess teams like Webster. Um, I think that that is one of the next steps that collegiate chess needs to take to have more university teams competing. So obviously what Susan's been doing here has been amazing, and it's an amazing opportunity for these girls to compete for a spot on the Webster team. But how do we get more schools to offer more scholarships for their chess teams?
Yeah, good question, Joe. So I think right now it's really nice that we have many strong chess programs here in the United States. Several teams from Texas and several teams from Missouri and a few other states as well. And I think that's really nice for chess. Back when Susan started this Susan Polgar Foundation Girls Invitational in 2007, there was not that many school programs. So, and right now we have so many programs with very competitive team, and that's a great thing. Now, it would be great if the other teams also sponsor events like this to grow chess overall. And for us, for Webster, we have been sponsoring this since Susan came to Webster in 2012, and that's a tradition that we have been keeping for the last more than a decade already. And it would be great to see other schools step up and offer similar scholarships, not necessarily to this event, but they have many other options. And I think the more scholarships going into chess, the better. And that will definitely offer people the opportunity to train chess as well as pursue an academic degree. And for other people to see that they have that opportunity, if they're just good at chess, that's really very motivating, very inspirational, and that opens a lot of doors for excellent players from even outside the country to come here and achieve what we achieved here. And yeah, it would be my dream to see collegiate chess really grow to the next level, to see more and more players, more and more programs. So I'll do my best to help with that from Webster perspective. I hope you can convince the other schools to follow up with that too, Joe. And I know that Chess.com is also doing a lot of things to grow chess, and I hope that you guys will keep contribute. I mean, continue supporting the Pan Am and the Final Four for this year.
Absolutely. I was curious, how, like, for example, you got a student who wants to work to get the maximum out of you. Do they have a limit of like, okay, you're only allowed to ask me this certain number of questions per week, and I can only look for you like this certain hours of openings. But other than that, you have to like you like know your limits. Like, what happens when particular students want to kind of to use you as their private coach? Are they allowed to do that?
Absolutely. So I set no limits at all, not to the number of hours, not to the number of questions. They can reach me anytime. A lot of them, when they go to play some tournaments during the summer, some open tournaments, they still reach out to me and ask, "Hey, I'm playing this opponent tomorrow. What should I do?"
Oh, wow.
Players in here and there. So I'm not limiting it to just helping them for the Pan Am or the Final Four, but I'm trying to be available for them if they need me. And the reason for that is because when I first came to Webster in 2013, that's the reason why I came, because Susan was available at that time to help me with anything I need. I went to play World Cup. I went to play um, Millionaire Open at that time, and Susan and her husband Paul was helping. They were both helping us win all these tournaments, and I really appreciated that. And I wanted to offer the same opportunity to my students now, that the limit is only their willingness to work, right? If they want to work more, if they are ready to work more, then they have my full support. So it's just on them if they're ready to work more. Now, as a coach, you probably fully aware that sometimes we cannot force our students to do the work, right? They have to
Yeah.
work to be successful. We can only offer them guidance, advice, and we try to push them to work harder. But of course, sometimes, the schools, they have classes, they have other priorities. So sometimes people are not 100% focused on chess, and that's fine. There's nothing you can do about that. But I think the most important thing a coach can do is to be available, be motivating to their students, and guide them through all the challenges that they may face at some points in their career. And I think if we do that, then the students can achieve success in their own way. Some people can become super GM. Some people, they don't set out to become super GMs, and they're more focused on become a chess coach, a chess author, something else, or maybe they have their own professional careers, and that's fine. So my goal is just trying to help them become the best they can be.
That's awesome. Yeah, and you're making Dina probably want to enroll now at Webster.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I'm a bit too old for that. I would love to, though. I would so much love to. But I mean, I think it's a privilege to be, to have an access to a coach who is like dedicated coach for you, for your team. I think it's a huge privilege.
Yeah. I had one last question, Liam. I just asked you about this like more scholarship opportunities, but there's actually another really cool chess opportunity that Webster provides, and that is the chess and education minor, actually, which is, I believe, unique to Webster. There's some other schools that have some chess classes that you could take, but I think Webster's the first school to offer a minor for chess and education. And so maybe you could tell us a little bit more about this opportunity and what that means, and maybe how other schools can also start implementing this into their course load.
Sure, yeah. So this is also one of the most important achievements, and I'm very proud of this achievement at Webster, is that we managed to launch the chess minor. I think this was already 2 years ago. And I wouldn't take the credit only for myself, because actually when I started at Webster, it was already in the process. And Susan was the first one to start that, of course, with her vision, with her great leadership. She already did a lot of work on that. And then I continue that path. And with the help of a few other people, especially I wanted to thank Dr. Jonathan Singler for working with me on that process. So we managed to get the program approved at Webster, and it is an official minor for students. It is an 18 credit program, and students can enroll in this and take several classes. They are not totally focused on chess, but they use chess as a tool to connect to other fields. For example, we have psychology and chess. We have business psychology and chess, history and chess, and chess and business as well. So we talk about various things, and you can see that chess is an essential part of humanity. Basically, it has been there for a very long time, and the principles we learn in chess can be applied in any other fields. So basically, we are trying to grow the game of chess through this minor, and we're hoping that we can get students in the United States as well as in other countries to take up this minor. And I wanted to share with you some numbers about the chess minors. So Webster also has a campus in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, and that's the second biggest campus outside of Webster Grove, the main campus here in America. And in that campus in Tashkent alone, last semester, actually last 2 semesters, the spring 2024 and fall 2023, we had 3 sections of the chess for beginners class just for the Tashkent students. And each section was a full class with 20 students. And so you can imagine 60 students for each semester took the chess for beginner class. Of course, that's only the first class is a 1 credit hour course, but it's really a strong foundation for the minor, and we're hoping to introduce the minor over there as well in Tashkent. In the United States, we already have the minor, and we have several students pursuing it. And we are hoping to get more this semester. So I know that a few other schools have chess courses as well. Webster is not the first, but Webster is the first one to have a full minor program. And it would be really exciting to see if this minor can be introduced at other schools too. I think any initiative to popularize the game of chess and the chess minor will ultimately benefit our chess community.
That's
That's
impressive.
awesome.
Yeah, I do want to drag your attention once again to the boards as we have games ongoing. Apparently, something happened in the game of Omiya versus Avery. More particularly, we stopped after Queen A2. You said, Liam, that neither of the sides wants to trade on the A versus B pawn themselves. We saw Rook E7 and then Rook E2 98. white took on b6, queen took on b6, and apparently here after b5, knight c7, there was a chance for white to get some initiative after knight a4. Queen moves somewhere, and then we play b6 and we push the pawn, but that did not happen. Instead, white took on c6, which is kind of giving away the advantage, and after bishop takes, rook b1, queen a7, queen d2, knight e6. Now the position after bishop c2 is currently on the board and is again kind of equal. And in the game of Rui versus Rochelle, also have been things going on. We saw after the position after queen b6, and we said that black was doing really not good. After queen d2, queen a5, a4, knight g6, bishop e3, f5, f4, sorry. Bishop takes, knight takes f4, queen takes f4, queen takes d5, rook d1, queen b3, rook d2, d5. White is still continuing to be better. It's an opposite colored position with bishop, opposite colored bishop's position. And white still has attacking chances. So what's your take on the changes that we have had on both games?
Yeah, so let's talk about Rochelle against Brienne first. So I think Black did a good job in getting to an opposite color bishop position now, because if she didn't play f4, then she would be suffering there for a very long time. And at least after f4, she managed to change the characters of the position, and now she got rid of the double f pawn. She got rid of the bishop pair, and her position is actually not too bad now. The only issue is that her king is a bit weak, but if she can trade queens, for example, then black is completely safe and may even be better because of she has more pawns in the center, the D and E. So white's hope in this position is to attack the black king with maybe transferring the rook along the third rank with rook e3, rook g3, maybe bishop d3, and attack h7. Of course, black is still not out of the woods here. Black has to try to find a way to defend the king side. Maybe rook c6, rook g6, or maybe king h8 and e6, rook g8. But I feel like the next few moves are going to be critical for this game. The question is if white can continue the attack on the king side. If white can bring the rooks there, she may win the game very quickly. But if not, then black has very good chances to hold the game. And let's talk about the other game now. 1 second.
Yeah.
So yeah, after wow,
Ooh.
they changed in the last few minutes. So after the move rook b7, rook a1, I think black made a very big mistake.
Yeah.
After rook a b8, because she missed that queen d3 double threat. One is queen h7 check, and then the other one is rook takes a6. So instead of rook a b8, black should have played a5 or something else to defend that. But now after queen d3, basically black must defend a6, otherwise the queen would be trapped, right? So black must play a5. And now this queen h7, maybe she thought that g7 is defended by the knight, so it's not too dangerous to allow queen h7. But the issue is that the queen is not going to leave h7. It's going to be there forever, and black has to be very careful of that g7 pawn. And also, if white can somehow kick the knight away by bishop f5, bishop e6, or f4, f5, then g7 will fall, and that will be the end of black position. So I'm very worried about black position now after queen h7, king f8, and something like f4. Maybe f4 is immediately is not. No, actually f4 works. Yeah, I was worried about some knight takes d4 after f4, but knight d4 doesn't work because I can just take the knight and then queen d4, king h1, and then queen c3 doesn't work because of queen h8 checkmate. So So I think queen h7, f4 looks winning for white.
I think I missed one line. Were you saying that queen h7 is the right move, but then after king f8, now white play king h1? What?
Yeah, that's a bit slow. I think f4 would have been much better. But yeah, after king h1 now, white is still better. But white must play f4 at some point to prove the advantage. If white doesn't play f4, I don't see what white is gonna get from this position. So let's say, yeah, a4, I think she played that move. Now white cannot take on a4 because of the back rank issue. So I still like f4. If I go f4, but now things are not so clear because of queen a5. Yeah, so I think this game has taken a very dramatic turn and everything is possible again here.
Yep. Interesting. Very interesting. Joe, what's your take on the situation in both games so far?
Oh, there's a new development in Riyang's game.
Ooh, what is that? Rook. Whoa. What's the rook doing on e7? Oh, she took a pawn.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
yeah.
So let me
Nice tactic.
The moves that we missed were queen d5, rook d1, queen b3, rook d2, d5, bishop d3. In e5 was an option, unfortunately didn't happen. Queen b6 again moved with the queen. Now queen to f5, queen h6 is a blunder because of rook e7. Double exclamation mark, brilliant move, sacrificing the rook. And if rook takes e7, we got queen c8, and if bishop f8, we got queen to g4. And after queen to g7, we are up a pawn.
Pawn, yeah, and it's a very important pawn. e7 was a very important pawn because if you have the pawn on e6, you defend the center and everything. But now d5 is permanently weak, and it's very likely in any endgame white will win d5, and that's gonna be 2 pawns up. So I don't think black will be able to hold this position.
Yeah. So rook e7 happened, rook takes e7, queen c8, bishop f8. That all happened, and then rook d1 instead of queen g4, rook d1, removing the rook from the attack. Now queen f4, and the position is plus almost 5 pawns for white. Wow, 5 extra pawns.
The computer wants bishop f1 for that almost +5 evaluation, but the move bishop takes h7 check looks to be winning another pawn, but it's only reading at about half of that evaluation at +2.5. So still a winning move for white. I think it's a very tempting move to make because you trade off the opposite color bishops and you win another pawn. But perhaps you allow some counterplay.
Yeah,
and
black
of
will
course,
not take h7, black will go king g7.
yeah, king g7, and then your bishop maybe is a little awkward, and you'd have to come back.
Yes, you have to come back. Bishop f1 is not an easy move to make. These backward moves, they tend to be missed. And I expect bishop h7, king g7, and then maybe bishop b3.
I personally don't like bishop h7 because it activates black pieces and white has to go back to the defense. Therefore, I don't think it's good. I agree bishop f1 is a backwards move, so kind of like easy to miss. But it's a nice idea because you bring the rook to the attack and then you can bring the bishop back. So it's interesting. It has a sense. Unfortunately, in the game, we had none of those two. We had a5, protecting the pawn, kind of fixing the weakness. And apparently it's not as good because after rook e6, black can somehow get back on track. And if white becomes greedy and takes the pawn on b7, then we are losing. After bishop d6. Damn! That's the power of the attack with opposite colored bishops, gentlemen.
That's
Yeah,
wild.
the king safety is more important than the pawn there, and you got to pay attention to your king and the attack as well. If white plays too slow, then it's gonna be black who takes over the initiative. So yeah, rook e6 is a very nice move. Yeah.
Well, it just goes to show white's in one move goes from almost +5 to now only +1. 0.3. So white is up a pawn and for choice, but the position is very sensitive and can turn in a moment's notice. So I also want to point out the clock times. I know Rochelle is a fast player and she has 4 minutes, and Rui only has 2.5 minutes. And we've seen Rui get into some severe time pressure and make some blunders. But yesterday, she wasn't quite punished. She made it all the way through to the playoffs today. And this might be very important moments to see how the players do in a time scramble.
Yeah.
The other game is also getting quite interesting now. So after, yeah, I think we stopped at a4, right? And I said f4, black has this queen a5, and it got very messy, very unclear, and that's exactly what happened after knight a2, f6. It's not so clear how white is gonna continue the attack here, and the back rank is gonna be an issue. And now that the pawn is quite far advanced on a4, I think black has reasons to be optimistic in this position.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Things have turned completely here. From a totally winning position, white ruined all their advantage, and I didn't even understand why. Is that all because of these two slow moves, king h1 and pawn to f4?
Yeah, I think king h1 was the real mistake there. If you play f4 immediately, then black doesn't have time for queen a5. And sometimes that one move can make a big difference.
Yeah, at least they don't have any active move and you wanted to f5 right away. But here, king h1, what was going to... Oh, I know. It was the knight sacrifice. And pawn takes, and she forgot. Oh, Avery forgot. Wait, Omiya forgot that after this she can checkmate in one. I think that's what was going on. That's why she played. That's why white played king h1.
Yeah, that was the line that Liam pointed out.
Oh yes, sorry, my
the
bad.
knight sacrifice on d4.
Yeah.
It's Liam's analysis is really, really amazing. And we would love to have Liam on the entire show to commentate with us. But yeah, we're very, very happy to have him for the time he's given us. He's treating us like his students, Dina. There's no limit, maybe, for his time. But of course, Liam will be watching this event throughout the day. He can't stay with us forever, unfortunately. But very exciting to see one of these players could potentially be one of Liam's next students.
Of course, yeah, I'll keep a close eye on this. And as I said, Rian already won the scholarship last year, so I think she's still um, not old enough to study at Webster yet. I don't think she finished high school yet, but oh, maybe she did this year. I don't know. But if she wants to come to Webster, our door is open for her, and the other prize winners as well. If they win the scholarships, then they are very welcome to come and join my team. And of course, I would be very happy to work with them as I work with the other students to help them improve in their chess career. And again, thank you both of you guys for having me here today and for helping with the commentary for this event. It's always a pleasure to watch, and I wish you a lot of fun in the rest of the day to commentate on this, and I'll see you in the other events.
Liam, last question before we let you go.
Sure.
Do you do commentary?
Sometimes, but I have never done like a full 4 or 5 hours commentary for any round. Like I come and go for as a guest for some events, but I do admire uh, the great work that many commentators like you guys put in. It's not easy to talk for 3, 4, 5 hours nonstop. It's really hard work, and it's probably not for me.
Have you tried yourself as a streamer?
For a very short time, yes, I did try some. I created a YouTube channel and I did some videos there. I did some banter bliss. It was fun, but that is a full-time job too, and it's really difficult. And I know you are a streamer, right? So you do invest a lot of time in that, and I know it's hard work. And I do admire all the streamers, and I think you guys are doing a fantastic job in making the game chess more popular.
Fair enough. Thank you so much, Liam. That was an honor and a pleasure to have you here, and hopefully we meet in person at some point soon. And good luck and great job at everything you're doing for the Webster University, and definitely wish you guys to get the championship title next year as well.
I hope so too. Thank you, both of you.
Thank you, Liam.
Yeah, goodbye.
Bye-bye. And we are having our next guest. Are you ready, Joe?
Yes, but I mean, Dina, you have to look at these moves on the board. This is the most critical moment so far today.
You're right. You're right. The guests can wait when they got the critical moments.
Well, the guests can join whenever, but I want to point out on Omiya's game, we just had a brilliant move played.
Whoa, okay, quickly. So f4 happened, queen a5, knight e2, f6, bishop f5, queen a6 is a mistake attacking the rook on e2. Now rook e1, bishop e8, knight c3 back, a3, knight takes d5, a2, rook takes a2. Oh my god! And after queen takes a2, are we gonna see a checkmate after bishop e6, sacrifice the exchange, but the checkmate is gonna be just a matter of time. Instead, queen played to d6, and black has absolutely no time and is in a totally lost position.
Rook takes a2, brilliancy, double exclam, and well, black can't even take back, so they save the queen, and white just snagged that a pawn, which was a very valuable asset. Liam was pointing out that that a pawn gives black reason for hope and for chances, but now without that pawn, black is purely on the defensive, and white is for choice. But both players now under a minute on the clock, but especially Avery, 15 seconds now, even less. So this should be getting very close to a win for Omiya. She just has to close it out.
Makes total sense. And if we look at the other board where we have another critical situation, Rochelle is in a completely lost position. Whoa, what happened here? So we got the moves which were quickly a5, king g7, bishop f1 happened on the board, rook c7, queen e8, bishop d6 attacking the checkmate, g3 protecting the checkmate, queen f5, now rook to d4, and after h5, queen e2, rook c5 attacking the a5 pawn, but that pawn is completely irrelevant because rook h4 attacking the h5, d4, rook takes d4, bishop e5, rook to e4, bishop f6, h4, rook takes a5, king h2, rook c5, bishop h3, queen g6, rook e8, b5, queen f3, rook e5 is a mistake because after rook takes, bishop takes, we got queen to d5, another mistake, but queen f6 again mistake, and now king g2 again mistake, and king h6, and that's the position on the board. I don't know why those moves were mistakes, but...
Well, we've had so many moves played in such a short time span. It's basically a bullet match at this point. 5-second increment. The players are living off of it. They have half a minute each. And this is a very critical moment. Can Rui close out the advantage? Or can Rochelle hold it to an opposite color bishop draw? She's attacking the H pawn. Rui is, so Rochelle defends it. And I think if Rochelle holds this, that's huge because this is a 2-game match. She will have the white pieces and a chance to win. So she's looking to pick up a pawn, and actually, yeah, white's threatening queen h8 check right now. And so black could block with the queen, but after the queen trade, maybe white picks up another pawn, the h pawn. So Rochelle's on the clock right now. What does she do?
And that's a great question that we are gonna ask our guest who has been waiting for us, Joe. His name is Malik Kachian. I think I'm doing a good job with Armenian names rather than Asian names. And Lee, I'm Joe Lee. I'm Liam Lee Joe. I'm getting.
You can call me Lee. That's fine.
I'm getting things confused. Hello, Mr. Grandmaster. How are you doing, Malik?
Hello, Malik.
I'm doing well, man. I'm doing well. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you for joining. Your sound is a little bit low.
Okay, hold on.
Maybe you can, if you have a mic, maybe, or I can.
Yeah, should I have a headset? So because mic would be even more awful because this hotel room is not as good as should be.
Oh, where are you? If I may.
St. Louis.
Yeah.
And you have a
Amazing.
round starting at 1.
Yeah.
What are you playing?
I'm playing Samo Chess Classic. I'm playing horrible, but that's okay. It's a part of my preparation anyway. So for the next month.
That's amazing. Well, so tell us more about you. We know that you're a head of women's chess team.
You mean, yes, I mean, I'm team captain for US women team for 14 years or so, and still going, hopefully more. And we are preparing for upcoming Olympiad in Hungary. So our girls just had a chess camp here right before this event. Thanks to St. Louis Chess Club, they organize it. And yes, we're fantastic coaches, Darius Swirtz and Alex Anishuk. And then, yeah, they're preparing. They're actually playing well here, more or less. Yesterday, I lost to Tokyo Jonova. I mean, actually, I lost to all girls so far. I guess I'm simply love my girls, I can't really do anything, so.
Wow. Well, is this one of those moments where students become better than the master? Students overpass the master?
Yeah, that's yeah. No, my girls are strong. I mean, this is a very strong team, and actually this year we have so far most likely the strongest team, at least on my watch.
In the whole world? I mean, no, you mean
what I'm saying is
compared to other teams. Yeah,
as Americans. Yeah. No. It's not compared to other teams. Compared to previously played American teams.
Makes sense.
Yeah, because our youngsters grown up. We have a very strong core. We have a Carissa, we have a Alice, then we have a Begum, thanks for her coming to another state. And then we have a old school, Anna Zatonsky and Arina Crush, our leader. So yeah,
Amazing.
we expected to have a very strong Olympiad, I hope.
Well, we definitely wish you best of luck for that one. And so I know that you have been a part of women's chess in US for a long time. You haven't necessarily came through the Susan Polgar Foundation Invitational tournaments, but I'm sure you watched it as a coach from a distance. Yeah. So we'd love to have your take on that. And in the meantime, before you answer the question, there actually has been a draw achieved in the game of Rui versus Rochelle, who are youngsters, maybe future candidates for the US women's team. And unfortunately, that game didn't finish as it was supposed to because White had big advantage throughout the game. But we're gonna keep on watching the games and obviously would love to hear your take on this project.
Yeah, Rui and Rochelle, I worked with them both. Rui is actually my student, and Rui Yang, and Rochelle, I helped her when she played last World Youth, right? She played under 18. So yeah, I was assigned coach for her. I mean, yeah, this is probably upcoming generation for our team. Yeah, we have more of those girls. So, but yeah, Rochelle, who they kind of in the leading positions as well as Rui again. Yep. I know
That's
That's awesome.
yeah, she texted me like I think 2 days ago by saying I'm going to play Susan Polgar. I'm like, okay.
So you're scouting the next generation of talent.
I'm trying, right?
Yeah.
well, you have a lot of potential now with all the young girls, as you said. The team, like you're like there are part of them who already totally new generation, part of them who already joined the team, and all the girls playing here in the Susan Spolger Foundation tournament. There's like soon to be joining the team. Yeah, I
Yeah,
have.
we have.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. Go ahead.
No,
Go
no, no.
ahead.
You.
Go. No, no, I'm saying you're right. You nail it because we have many girls coming for this particular tournament, and my girls always playing in in Susan Polgar tournament. I think last year I also had there like Jasmine Su. She played it. Yeah. Many girls are they want to play for in this tournament particularly because it's sort of like national girls championship sort of so they love it.
And I'm receiving word that you actually were the senior champion last year. So congratulations on winning that.
Somehow. And that's
Somehow.
why that somehow I won championship last year, but this time you see in this Summer Chess Classics, the youngsters killing me. So I think they want a piece of me. That's fine.
Okay, that's fair.
I get
And
used to.
I mean, it's part of your coaching, right? You're giving them good games, the
No,
youth.
it's not that. It's just part of my coaching. You're right, but not giving good games. It's just I have my own strategy. I knew I'm going to sacrifice this particular event for my future because I'm trying to find the optimal form for the next July. So, and I had like somehow like had a commitment like for multiple tournaments in a row. And in my age, it's very difficult to keep it up. And particularly, I have like a huge family. I have 5 kids, something like that.
Oh
Ridiculous.
wow.
Yeah.
And you
Eh,
live in California as well, right? In Los
yeah,
Angeles.
yeah, 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 yeah. So, yeah, what I'm saying is, but it's all good. It's all under control. His life is good. And that's why I needed to have some tournament for me to practice some new ideas. And I chose to play this tournament because I don't really care about these days my rating. Yeah, whatever. It could go up like a 20 points, could go down 20 points. I never really care about that part, you know. So I achieved a lot in my life. So for me, just practice and see how my girls doing. I was trying to be a little bit to jump against them. They cool me off, That's fine.
That's
That's
amazing.
interesting.
I had a question that's very relevant now, actually. Someone reached out to me because I also live in Los Angeles,
Oh,
actually.
you are? Okay.
Someone said, Joe, I have a kid that is looking to join a chess camp over the summer. So maybe you have some good recommendations.
I don't know these days who is running this chess camp. Probably like ACA, American Chess Academy. I'm assuming they run this, Coach Armin Abartsumian. If you're in LA, you probably heard his name. Coach Armin, I'm sure they run it some chess camps. I don't have a time because I'm very much booked. Unfortunately, I'm going to have my own camp, but it's going to be online camp. So
Okay.
going to be like only in August because the whole July it's absolutely booked. I don't have single enough nothing. In June as well. So I'm
Well,
only running those online camps, unfortunately. But if you're looking for in-person camps, I think only ACA could be doing that. That's it. I don't recognize any other organization who will do any camp in LA.
okay. That's fair. I actually used to work for one. I went to school at UCLA, and there's one in West LA called Chess for Success LA. I'm
Yeah,
not sure if you've.
that's nothing.
Okay. All right.
That's not
Well,
professional. That's maybe like for amateurs, just to have some fun.
got
But
it. Got
yeah,
it.
if you're looking for
Yeah.
something like professional, then ACA.
Yeah. I have a friend who also went to school with me. We met through the chess club. Um,
Right.
he is also running some sort of chess camp, so I'll ask him for recommendations as well. I know there's a lot of
Clubs.
Armenian players in
Yeah.
LA.
Well, no, because they mostly go for this ACA club, organization.
Yeah,
Also, by the way, I heard this. I think it's also very good. The Wheater, right? In the Wheater, I forgot who is running the club. I
I've
believe
heard of
they
it as
also.
well.
Yeah, I think they also running like nice chess camps. Yeah, I mean, kind of tours to Orange County. I'm sure they have something there
Mhm.
as well. Yeah.
So, as the coach for the women's Olympic team, obviously Susan Polgar's foundation is doing a lot to
Oh,
give more
absolutely.
women events, but I wanted to ask you if there were other opportunities or maybe there's more that needs to be done to encourage the next generation, the future of the team.
Well, I mean, women chess always must be supported, and I mean, luckily, and recently, like in past maybe 2 3 years, they started to pay attention more to women chess, which is we've been screaming like for years to do so, you know. And now we can see like we start to do those kind of professional chess camps. We start to do this Las Vegas chess tournament, right? They have this, I think, every summer they have this particular event for the women. Obviously, the biggest one it's always Susan Polgar because she's like most important for us because pretty much what she does. I mean, the girls playing in her tournament, and most of these girls, whenever you see like top three, let's say, most of them they becoming eventually super strong, girls, and eventually they qualifying for top spots, playing like US Girls Junior and stuff like that. I mean, it is very important. It is very important. I would say we need to kind of special program to support our girls, ladies, girls, on every level. So what I'm saying is somehow we need to maybe have particular department. I know it used to be a bit besides of like I mean Susan Polgar, a lot of things have done for women by Jennifer Shahadi. She also amazing, and we need the people like this. We need the Susan. We need the Jennifer. We need the people like this who's going to like empower the women and put them like another level. I mean because you know women need to get more attention, and they need to get more opportunities to travel and play some strong tournaments. Fantastic. Let's say when I'm playing, if you look for the Summer Chess Classic, you will see like a three women playing in a such tournament, and all of them they got some sort of conditions because it's difficult these days to travel for the tournaments because you always must pay for this, must pay for that, must pay for that. Not everyone can afford it. So, and that's the reason why somehow we need to have we need to have more support to them, to our women, because this game for everyone, not only for men. So this game for everyone and for women as well. And what do we do without women? Nothing.
That's beautifully said. I was actually curious, how do you, like, this is probably more specific question, but how do you usually like select players for your team? Like, I assume it's not just, let's say, the results in the women's championship.
Well, it's all public actually. I think we have a system. It works like since I came. So basically, we goes by the rating. I think we always running by the rating, and obviously, women champion has a spot. Well, in most of the cases, whoever wins. I mean, a women championship, she also qualified by the rating. I never recall such conflict. I think only once Sabina wasn't Sabina Fleischer. She was U.S. champion, but I think back then she wasn't like qualified by the rating, by the rank. But since she won the U.S. championship, she automatically qualified for the team because women champion. So yeah, very much put this way, we have 5 boards and U.S. women champ and four ratings. But this time, I think we're going by the rating very much. So rating list, that's it. Let's say cutoff was June 1st. Whoever it's top 5 qualify for the team. If someone rejected for whatever reason, spot goes to next one. Very simple, very democratic, very clean. There is no complaint so far. We never had any single complaint. Same way how they select coaches or captains. People saying I'm captain forever, but the thing is, I'm always selected by our girls. So every time, every year, every 2 years, depends on the cycle, depends on the tournament. They basically like privately voting for team captain and team coach. So
So
it's
the
not like
girls are choosing themselves by
always,
votes, the captain. Wow.
always, never federation, never no one else. Always
That's
girls.
very wow. That's very unique. I personally have been a part or looked at like from the side to several chess federations, and most cases it's like the biggest problem is actually to find a good coach for women's team, because first of all, no one as coach, let's say grandmasters, wants to take the job because it's very like you give a lot, or you have to spend a lot of time and energy and effort, and it's
Yeah.
usually very low remunerated. And at the same time, also very often federation nominates the coach because for the all the politics and stuff, it's easier for them to work with this or that particular person, which is not in the benefit for women. This is, for example, has been a
Right.
huge issue for my current Federation of Israel.
Yeah. No,
We-
I know it's Russia situation as well. I have many friends in Israel, So
yeah.
I know how they struggle. But I mean, our stuff we changing a lot, and basically I can only like let's say for instance this year, right? I sent an email to my girls by saying, listen, girls, this is we have like a list of coaches, at least the people who like like attempt who tried who came to me, asked me to get this, let's say, position, and I gave them the list of choices. I said, you guys choose. So they picked two coaches for this training camp. Basically, they're trying to understand which, let's say, whichever is going to more fit. Now, hopefully, I'm requesting one more camp before Olympiad. We might try maybe two others, or we might try maybe the same coaches. They're going to decide. And finally, we're going to pick one, and we're going to pick one, and then travel for the Hungary.
That's impressive. And how many training camps do you usually have, like the latest years during the year?
Empowering other women. This is the first camp ever we had as a preparation for Olympiad.
Oh, first ever.
Yeah. I mean, we had before, it was different system. We had some basically like funds, which was distributing for the girls, for the girls, and then they had privately chosen some coaches and working online. But one thing is, whenever you do like a lesson online, like with Malik or someone else, that's fine. But another thing is when you do the camp, like the actual camp in person, you know that.
Yeah.
You've been probably through this, so it's a different feelings, different like power, different like impact. So yeah, we needed one more. We needed one more camp to make sure, because anytime when we travel for Olympiad, I'm always jealous. I'm looking like say back then to Team Russia or team like Ukraine or team China or team India. They're like, oh, we had like a multiple camp before we came here. I'm like, it's so good. I mean, we had no camps, But the beauty about our team, somehow like the secret why we actually always played good, because I think American team has the best spirit. Yeah, we always together. Literally, we are like always together. Like we walk together, we eat together, So like we like spending time together a lot, and that makes our team atmosphere so good. The girls love each other. They always support each other. This is fantastic.
Wow. Yeah, team spirit is hugely important. I know it myself because I've been competing chess like for forever and been playing team events also all my career. So yeah, that's wow. I feel jealous now. But listen, Malik, we gotta pick your brain for the games that are going. So in the game between Rochelle and Rui, Rochelle has to strike back. She's a must-win situation. And she actually has an edge on the board. This is the position right now with opposite castle from the Queen's
I don't
Gambit.
see the board. Okay, where should I go? You want me to show you? Show me.
I think Joe can send you the link in Zoom, right, Joe?
Oh, okay.
In the Zoom chat, I'll share it.
Yeah, and in the meantime, I'll fill you in. The Avery versus Omiya game. Now the first game finished. Also must win situation for
Avery.
Correct, for white. So in both games, actually, in both games,
this is very tricky.
white has to fight to win the game.
Well, yeah, but Riang made a mistake for sure here. What's better?
Rochelle and Rui drew their first game, so winner would win. If it's a draw again, then they'll have an Armageddon tiebreak.
A6 is too slow. You can't play A6 in this position. Yeah.
A6 is too slow preparing b5. Should you go for b5 right away? In a way.
Maybe c4, like rook b8, or maybe rook b8, something like that. But I mean, it's just you can clearly feel it a little bit slow because at some point you will have to play like b5, a5, and basically you're wasting time by playing a6.
Yeah.
This is a very sharp line for white because clearly Rochelle went for all in.
Yeah. Although actually Joe is correcting me and he's right. The first game finished in a draw, which was a huge upset for Rui, who was winning the whole game. So now it's not like a must-win situation. Draw is fine for both of them.
Yeah, but then Rochelle made a mistake actually. G5 she rushed a little bit too early because clearly e4 was killing.
Wow.
If you look for, well, I mean, come on, e45 coming, it's like it's a bot winning plan, right? e45 and that's it.
Yeah.
This is the problem of c4, Dina. You know that if you play c5, c4, when you release tension from d4 pawn, e3, e4, it's always huge threat.
Yeah, because d4 is no longer attacked. There's no longer pressure on the
Exactly.
center.
Yeah. And now it's e4 was killing. Funny, like I always told Royen, don't put the knight on b6, and she did it. It's okay.
Well, they say knights on b6, b3, g6, g3 are the worst places for the knights.
Yeah, I call them donkeys.
Donkeys.
Yeah.
So you've coached some of these players before.
Oh, obviously, Royen is my student.
Okay. And so you're gonna have to talk to her about knights on b6
I
after
will.
this, right?
Again.
Yeah, okay.
But she also will point out my mistakes in my tournament. So
Oh, so they strike,
it's
they take
mutual
revenge
coaching.
on their coach. I see. But do you teach them Armenian chess school?
what do you mean exactly?
Like the Soviet chess school. Do you like share this
Yeah.
whole culture
obviously. I
that
mean,
you
I'm
grew
already-
up with?
I'm not really like part of, let's say, Armenian chess school. I'm not sure if it's actually exists, but there is some kind of ideas behind, beyond Armenian chess. But I'm more like Russian chess. I'm more like because my education was in Moscow, so
Oh,
I'm more
nice.
like represent like kind of old Russian school, I would say, Soviet school, like you said.
Yeah.
Because I was student in Turan Petrosian school back then in academy. Most of my coaches were Russians, so Nikitin and so I lived in Armenia, like like for maybe 10 years. That's how I got Leon Aronian. He was my student.
Oh,
But even
nice.
Leon Aronian taught by Russian way, so.
Wow. So how long, if I may ask, how long have you been living in US?
Since I came in 2001, so 23 years?
Wow, this is the whole generation basically of
Yeah.
new students that you raised already for United States.
Yeah, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I have over 40 national masters in US.
Wow.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Very...
Yeah, I have, today I'm going to play my former student, Andy Woodward.
do you feel more pressure when that happens?
No, it's fun. It's fun to play my best kids. I have Andrew Hong hanging here in the tournament A section. I have Steven Zerk, also my student. I have many students, Caden Troff. I mean, just many kids I raised here. They all were my kids.
Wow, Grandmaster
awesome.
Caden Troff. I'm familiar with him here.
Yeah.
He's hesitating to move to Charlotte, where I am based right now. So
Oh, you're in Charlotte? Yeah. I have also many friends in Charlotte as well.
well, that's amazing. Well, listen.
Caden's started streaming. His channel is Chess Sharks.
Yes, shout out to Chess Sharks. Speaking of your students, apparently you also coached Omia, and we're about to look at her game, and she's in a she has to make a draw in order to secure her win in the semifinals.
Omia is also my student. You're right. How do you know that?
I have my spies.
Oh my
We
God.
have our sources.
You are terrible. You know everything.
So the position on the board is currently after rook to e4. It seems pretty symmetrical, but white has an edge. What's your take on this one?
Yeah, let me find the game first. Hold on. I need to figure out how to. Okay, so it's here, right?
Joe has shared you the link just in case.
Please, yeah. Can you do that?
Yeah, it's in the chat.
Oh, also, by the way, we're reminded that you have a round to play in 30 minutes, so we probably shouldn't take you for too long. Maybe your last take on the second game and your predictions, and then we are wishing you best of luck and letting you go.
Yeah, but this is going to be more drawish. Yeah, this is just all traced by e-file. This is like what? Petrov, right? Or what is it?
Actually, it was it
Wasn't
became
it Petrov? Yeah, I mean, this is like all.
Yeah.
It's difficult to play here because white needs to have a dark color bishop here. It's going to be all traced by the e-file, and it's hard to, unless if we can somehow like a hook the, like with c7 pawn, maybe something like queen c4, temporarily bring me some kind of inconvenience.
Yeah.
But you have to be like basically stronger, Dina, to win this position. Literally stronger, because look at the time. You have like a minus 5 minutes, and position is just slightly better for white, like a tiny, simply because the d5 pawn. I don't think so. It's going to be enough for the skills to win this. Let's say queen c4, take on e4, temporarily take on e4. I play rook c8, right? And then I start to put my pawns on the dark squares, something like a5, b6. And it should be step-by-step draw. Because my queen is on f6, it's super strong.
Yeah.
You can't really challenge it. You're missing like every time it's like a non-rules, you know. Whenever you have a pawn fixed in some position, you must have an opposite color bishop in the game for you to have some activity. Your pawn is on d5, pawn is on the light squares. You're clearly missing dark color bishop. If you don't have dark color bishop, nothing to talk. It's just
So it's looking good for your student.
something like that. Yeah, I'm better coach than player, so.
We all are, isn't it? It's always easier to look on the and consult when you're from the side rather than playing yourself.
It's true, but for me particularly, Dina, when I have no pressure on my time, I'm actually thinking properly. But whenever time is ticking, and this tournament, I mean, kind of, I guess my stamina is gone. So, but I'm trying. I'm still trying to get better because it's always like whenever you've been playing good chess, you're always missing that, Dina, and you're always thinking, oh, it doesn't matter your age. You'll be fine. I can still play. I can still play. But sometimes you feel, nah, age speaks for itself, like Hans Niemann saying,
Oh, don't say that. Chess has no age, but it is important. And it's just like muscles. You need to keep yourself in a good shape, right? You need to always keep on, which you're doing right now. Well, listen, we definitely do not want to tire you too much before your game. So thank you for finding time to join us, even though you were at the tournament. Best of luck against your students. It was an honor and a pleasure to meet, and hopefully we'll meet again soon. Maybe. Hopefully in a few years when I'll be joining the US chess team.
Oh, yeah, welcome. Yeah, sure. You better come. I mean, especially duration, come play championships. Why not?
Well, I think I would need a green card for that. I'm right now on the work visa.
Well, you can always like submit or something like that. You can, I don't know.
If you join the chess team, maybe Malik can help you out with that.
No, I mean, I personally would love to. I am already excluded of my own team because
well, I mean, the Charlotte Chess Club can definitely help you because if you're an employee of Charlotte Chess Club, definitely they can help you to basically like switch the type of the visa from H1 to green card. I'm sure you can apply for, while you have a H1 visa, you can always apply for what's the called, like persona extraordinary.
Yeah, this is my visa is a O, but yeah, I believe like in any case you do have to have a green card, right? Like work visa is not enough. You're not a resident.
Yeah. You have to have a green card for 2 years in order for you to qualify for the team.
Oh, 2 years. Okay, so.
Yeah, I believe so. Unless the federation will basically take care of the expenses and everything.
Oh, right. There is also that. Well, thank you for the advice. Now I know what to work on.
All right. Okay. Good luck.
Thank you, Malik. Good luck in your round.
Bye-bye. All right, Joe. And it's you and me again. Fantastic guest. What an honor. I'm so privileged. I feel so privileged for with all these guests that we've been having here on the show.
Yeah, we've been very lucky. Every guest so far has been an amazing part of the chess community and has done so much to grow chess. And it's cool to see so many people are really coming together to support this event. And we have some exciting games. It looks like Rochelle is dominating her game, by the way, is going to punch her ticket into the finals.
No way.
Rui needs a big comeback to hold a draw here. So, and we've seen Rui in the previous game with the white pieces. She caught Rochelle off guard, and Rochelle had a very strong defense, down 2 pawns, but getting to opposite colored bishops. Now Rochelle, I mean, she just has a huge space advantage, opposite side castles, and she's got a huge time advantage as well. So I suspect Rochelle will be able to close this one out, but maybe Rui can find some defense like Rochelle did. Maybe Rui can find some inspiration from her coach being on the show, although she doesn't, I don't think she knows that. But yeah, her knight's still on b6. So we'll see.
I'm very quickly going through the previous game just to fill us in what happened, because it seemed to be completely winning, but something went. Jesus Christ, Joe, it was a +9 game. So
Yeah.
what went wrong? I guess some theory. Whoa, it was
Well,
2
eventually,
pawns, but
eventually
end
she
games. Yeah.
traded off the F
Oh, the
pawn.
trade was wrong. The trade
Yeah.
was wrong.
So what was better?
Whoa, I believe that the worst actually was you shouldn't have traded. I think for me the biggest mistake was actually to take on b4, because if you push c4, then you have a clear 2 pass pawns which are long enough. The problem with trading is that your only pass pawns are gonna be like this too, and either g pawn takes trade as f pawn, or so you gotta have f and h pass pawn, or you have 2 connected pass pawns as in the game. These are all theoretical draws. So basically for me, it's just a lack of knowledge in how to play the endgames with opposite colored bishops, which me and Malik study as kids in the Russian School of Chess. That's a big shout out to my school. But yeah, okay, that's now I understand everything. So basically it was just lack of knowledge in the typical end games, which is fine. You're just gonna get a big lesson from your coach when he's gonna see that. Luckily, Malik was too busy with the analysis and didn't notice that, because otherwise he wouldn't be happy. And now in this position we have Rui versus Rochelle, and now, as you say, Joe, we're gonna quickly go through this game because we missed the moves. Apparently it's the roles have changed, the dice has changed, and now Rochelle is on the winning edge. Is she gonna make the job done?
I think she's gonna get the job done. But I think we also have another guest joining us
already. Glenn is joining us, and we gotta have, whoa, so many exciting guests. All right, well, let me quickly show the game before we got the guest. So remember Malik said e4 was the winning move, which didn't happen, and instead knight to d7, now h4, and it seems like white has forever been, e4 happened later. Yeah, so white has been better on the attack, but also in the center, controlling the situation over here. And bishop e3, this is the current position on the board. So we got 2 games going. Game number 1, Rochelle versus Rui, and Rochelle is about, like, has a huge winning advantage. And the second game is Omer versus Avery, where Avery needs to win, but she doesn't have any advantage. And on that note, I'm welcoming our guest. Maybe Glenn is gonna give us a better take on what's going on. Welcome, Glenn. Welcome back to the show.
Hey, how are we doing today?
We're good.
Lots of exciting things going on. We're in that stage where everything's gonna be decided right now. We have the second game of the playoffs for the semifinals.
Yeah, I was enjoying the commentary by Melik. I kind of wish he would have stayed around as well.
We all do.
we have a lot of amazing guests lined up, yourself included, Glenn. So we brought you back from yesterday. We've figured out who the top 4 players are from the Swiss, and now they're playing in the first round. It's 2 games per round, and we're about to see who's going to make it to the finals. So, do you have any particular favorites that you've seen so far?
I was really enjoying the watching the game that Rochelle was playing. The other one that was shown. I missed which opening that came out of it. Where did how'd that come start?
The first Rochelle game? I believe that was a Sicilian defense.
This last one that you were just showing a minute.
The
this
second one.
yeah, Queen's Gambit declined opposite castles. Very sharp variation, where White has been much faster than White so far.
Yeah, it looked like in some ways it's almost kind of the structure that we see coming out of some of the Jobava London games, where White castles queenside and throws everything at the kingside. Those are kind of fun to play. Obviously missing the the c pawn, so that's not what I came out of. But those are fun swashbuckling games.
I remember yesterday we talked a little bit about pros and cons between Swiss and knockout, and this event is both a Swiss and a knockout. So right now we're in the knockout stage of the playoffs, single elimination bracket. So it's very exciting moments. Have you ever competed in one of these sort of events, or maybe organized one of these similar formats?
No, I haven't. But I do love the knockout. Excitement. Maybe that's something I'm gonna have to try.
Yeah, I think these are maybe good for invitational events. I think it makes a lot of sense. But I mean, you also run a club in Chicago. Maybe you could maybe start maybe more casually and do something at the club like this.
Yeah, it's definitely worth the try.
Nice.
Did you look at the Omiya game as well versus Avery?
I didn't. I didn't get as long a look at that one. That one, it seemed a little bit more drawish.
Yeah, and
this
that's
one-
the worry because Avery has to strike back.
Yeah, in this one, I think White has to play. Oh, you switched. I was going to say it looked like Rochelle had to play King B1 right away, but in this one, yeah, we keep on switching.
Yeah, you're a little bit of
first-
delay for the stream. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not used to it. I apologize. But Black has established such great board control. That I don't see a really great way that White is going to be able to make progress there.
So
And Black just has to really keep their head on straight, right? Dina, would you agree with that?
Oh yeah, totally. So and now it's like if anyone looks active here, it's Black, which is like really annoying for White when they are in the Mossman situation, such a symmetrical pawn structure.
Yeah, speaking of the must-win situation, this is a 2-game match. Omiya won the first one, which is huge because now all she needs is a draw in the second round to go to the finals. So from like the player's perspective or their point of view, obviously White in a must-win situation, you're gonna have to start taking risks, right? And that's gonna make life even more difficult. Omiya can then take advantage of these mistakes and is up on time as well. But sometimes knowing that all you need is a draw to move on, couldn't that then make you play maybe more passively than you normally would if she's not playing like for a win per se, and maybe that could backfire?
It certainly could. Although the problem is, like you suggested, White has to take some risks. White has to take some chances, and unfortunately, every risk, every type of a pawn break that there might be to try and create some play, creates additional weaknesses. Trying to push c5, which looks like a natural idea, that d5 pawn becomes weaker. I don't think there are any real strong ideas to break on the king side. Um, does it make sense to try and trade off queens here for white? Does that make it more or less strawish? But the black queen is so well placed that you almost have to take that risk, and then you have a fairly symmetrical bishops of the same color endgame, which is going to be very hard to win.
Yeah, that's fair and square. And let's take a look perhaps at the back of the game of Rui and Rochelle, because this one is definitely way more edgy and more action is happening over here. King B1 has happened on the board as you predicted, Glenn, and white is still looking super strong here.
Yeah, I gotta believe that h5 is going to be coming fairly soon here for white, and that's going to make it a lot of fun.
Yeah, and Rochelle has plenty of time to really mull this over and figure it out. So I love opposite side castles positions because it's the most exciting, most attacking way to play chess. You can use those pawns on the opposite side to really launch that pawn storm. So h5, definitely the move for choice. It's the most logical continuation of the attack. And sometimes you have this option between playing g6 or h6 or sometimes even both. Are you just going to try to play for h6, or does that sometimes allow for the opponent to really close things up? How would you proceed with the attack after h5?
I think if you can, and Dina, you're the strongest player of us, please. I would hope to try and get g6 in. I think that's where the break for white to really bust things open is. But h6 looks like it could lock things up, and make it much more difficult to get in. H6
Yeah, well,
white.
yeah, the problem is that in any case, like there's gonna be the files are gonna be open, and then the attack is gonna get going. But that's not the only thing. There is also the center, right, where the black is really squeezed. So it's just everything. Like black simply has absolutely no counterplay, and that's the real problem here.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that knight that's sitting on e2 can hop into the game really fast to either g3 or f4, and really be a nasty part of the attack.
Yep. That's very well said. And well, in general, we had seen the comeback already today. So, miracles happen, and maybe there's going to be one miracle today.
What's the score of this match? Who won the
They
first
drew
game?
the first. They drew. So
so this is for everything.
yeah, Rui had a really strong start with the white pieces, and we had Liam Lay do some really good analysis, telling us like where they strayed away from the main line, and why. Because we saw Rochelle actually had a damaged pawn structure. She had doubled F pawns. Her king was a bit exposed and weak, and so Rui did really well to start with the white pieces, but unfortunately wasn't able to convert the 2-pawn advantage because Rochelle made it a opposite color bishop's endgame. And so Rochelle did really well to hold that to a draw, and now is being rewarded with this awesome opportunity with the white pieces in round 2 to get the win. And she just played h5, and she's also up about double, if not more than double, the amount of time that Rui has. So white for choice on both the position and the clock, and Rochelle's just looking to punch her ticket into the finals. So that's very exciting.
These are the type of positions that are really unpleasant to play for black, and it's one when you're playing over the board. You really don't like players coming over and looking at your board because you just it's almost it's cringeworthy. But she still has to convert this.
Yep. And that's sometimes the hardest thing in chess, to win the winning position.
That's what they say. Do you agree with that, Glenn?
My rating would be a lot higher if I was able to convert those winning positions.
Yeah. We actually all belong to that group, unfortunately. We have had, yeah, lots of exciting guests on this show, and Glenn, having you back, definitely didn't get enough time to talk with you yesterday, so really appreciate you coming back. This event is posted online this time, but has been over the board before and mix of onlines. We have actually had yesterday nice discussions about pros and cons about that. Do you have a preference, let's say? Well, you definitely do, because you organize over the board events all the time.
I do. I have organized online as well, but there's no substitute. I mean, there's being able to to sit at the board directly across from your opponent, the social nature of it, having your friends at the tournament with you makes it just so much nicer of an experience, and especially when you're talking about an event like the Girls Invitational. There's a lot of friendships made at this event. It's one of the most remarkable things about it. Is in some cases these girls have been playing against each other for years, and get to spend some really great time with each other, and you see a lot of friendships being made. Without a doubt, I prefer the over the board.
That's nice. And we didn't really have enough time to ask you yesterday everything we wanted, but like, you've been watching Susan's Polgar Foundation events from the far for so long. Like, is there, for example, the event that sticks to you the most, like your favorite edition, maybe?
That's really tough. I mean,
all of them
I
were
did
great.
get a chance to go to some of the early ones, but the ones that I was able to visit, as I said, just how much the players really enjoyed being around each other really stood out. It's a social event as well as a very important tournament.
Yeah, that's what they all say. That's what all the participants have said and expressed on this show before, right, Joe?
Yeah. No, I mean, I think the social aspect is a huge element. And even talking to Melik, saying how he thinks the US team has that special bond, that camaraderie, that team chemistry is such a huge aspect of playing well together, right? Is to meet in person and to get your meals together, room together, like everything beyond the chessboard is such an important part of these events. So obviously online has a lot of flexibility and opens up a lot of opportunities for people that maybe couldn't have participated otherwise. I mean, we even were told from one of the arbiters yesterday that there was a player playing from their phone, like on the plane, right? So sometimes travel could be a huge inhibitor for these sort of events and the participation, but if you have the opportunity to play in person and to go in person, it's definitely a huge benefit for all these reasons, socially, bonding, team
Well, the
chemistry.
social aspect is really interesting because a lot of the players that have graduated, from the event and aged out of it, have come back to participate in one way or another. I know Martha Underwood, I don't know if she was one of the arbiters you had on. Her daughter Aya played in the event and has come back and has actually been an arbiter in the event before. She's been great. I saw that you had my friend Papa Botez on yesterday. And Andre's a really funny guy. I really like being around him. But Alexandra has had a really meaningful part of the growth and development of this tournament as well, and come back.
Yeah, that's actually true. Marta is not involved in this edition, but she has been a chief for last year, for instance. So she's been like a huge part of this show, just like you, Glenn. And well, yeah, we are gonna have another huge female figure of the US chess journey as soon. Her name is gonna be Sabina Foyser, so we'll have to prepare the room for her. But Glenn, once again, you are the organizer of the National Open for you have been the organizer for National Open for so many years. You are the founder of Chess Weekend in Chicago, if I that's correct. And you are one of those people who are, forming the over the board US chess scene, and that's a huge impact to the chess. Thank you for everything you are doing for the community.
Yeah, among many other things as well. So yeah, Glenn, always a pleasure to have you on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We
It was a
appreciate you
great
watching.
pleasure. And looks like while we were talking, G6 did pop up, so we're going to see some fireworks. Sabina is a much better person to comment on those fireworks than I am, so I'll sign off. But thank you for your time. Hopefully, I'll see you at some tournaments coming up, and can't wait to work with you guys again.
Absolutely. And
Take
before
care,
you
Glenn.
go, your last prediction, who's gonna win the event?
The way Rochelle is playing right now is really impressive. She might not be the favorite in it, but I'm gonna go with Rochelle.
All right. We'll see if your prediction takes place, becomes true or not. Thank you so much, Glenn.
Thanks
Thank
for
you,
having
Glenn.
me. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Rochelle was my choice as well, and I do think she is the favorite at this point. She's taking down Rui, who was the top seed, and I mean, yeah, she's had the toughest opponent in round one, and she's getting through. It looks like very smoothly. She's given up this G pawn, but maybe the other rook is going to swing over to the G file. This is looking very dangerous now, completely open for White's pieces to just go at this king side.
Right. Before Sabina is almost here, but we gotta take a quick fill up for the game. So not much changed in the game of Rochelle versus Rui because Rochelle is still winning, but things did change in the game of Avery, and who would have guessed? As you said, Joe, White did have to take a risk, which they did, and unfortunately it seems to be backfiring. So to fill you in, the moves have been following, and White had to give up the open file, but then tried to create a pass pawn, but unfortunately blundered. H5, such a beautiful move, sneaky move, preparing the sacrifice of the bishop on h3, and then after king takes, it would be a checkmate in one, which did not happen in the game. Of course, instead f3, and now queen f5, and black is up a pawn. We're attacking the queen, it's going away, and queen f4, and another mistake, and now the queen is coming to h3. Oh, actually it's not, but it's coming on e2. And we're losing another pawn. No, we're back with a pawn. So we're only a pawn up, but the king is open. And this is the current position. So, well, you know, Joe, I think it's worth it. You gotta try your most when you're in the masculine situation. The position is so kind of tight.
Yeah, I like that tactic. Bishop takes h3. If king takes, queen h1 mate. So Omiya, she's not holding back. She's playing for the tactics still. She's in a better position. Ooh, she's just played f5, and now we have a counterattack a4. No, this is still very fine for Omiya. All she needs is a draw, right? Because she won the first game.
Right. Well, are you ready to get the next guest on the show, Joe?
Always ready, of course.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 2017 United States Chess Champion, Women's Grandmaster Sabina Foysor, coming from a chess family over here, all the way from the Bucharest, Romania. Hello, Sabina. How are you doing? Thank you for joining.
Welcome, Sabina.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me.
Thank
It's an
you
honor
for
to have you.
Sabina, we know that you personally have not participated in the Susan Polgar Foundation events, but you have watched them from the side and you have been a part of US chess scene for so long now, so you definitely can fill us in about the importance of this event on the girls in the States.
Yeah, no, I think it's really wonderful that such tournaments are organized. The scholarships are ginormous. The Susan Polgar's foundation has organized quite a lot of tournaments. I think she started doing things in Europe as well at some point. My sister actually was part of it, but by the time I came to the US, I wasn't. I was too old. I was too old to compete in them. But I think the scholarships are just huge. I was listening to you guys yesterday when you were mentioning the amount of scholarships that the girls are getting, and I know a lot of them actually have the opportunity to compete every single year. So they can add up to those scholarships and then be able to pursue their passion for chess, but also go to a good school, get a good education.
That's
That's right.
true. And Sabina, we do have to ping your brain right away for the games because this are semifinals, so everything is being decided right now. And we have Omia, who is who only needs a draw to guarantee herself a win against Avery, who is only 20 seconds on the clock and needs to strike back in a must-win situation. At the same time, we have Rui, who has to save herself from a trouble that she got herself to against Rochelle. Composition is apparently completely winning. But we saw this already today in the game number 1 where Rui was winning and made it only to a draw. So do you think Rui has a chance to save this game and get some swindle?
I'm looking at it right now, but that does not seem very safe for Black's king.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I know. Oh no, wait. I was looking at the wrong game. Well, my bad.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. And Mr. Jolie can bring you the best link ever so that you're up to date.
I have the link. I have the link. No, I was looking at the correct. You're talking about the Rochelle Wu against Yan Riang game?
Yeah, the second game.
Okay, yeah. No, I don't know. Although I gotta say, I played both of these girls in the US Championship, and I was also a coach for World Youth Championships a couple of years ago. Well, more like head of delegation, and I've seen Yan come back from tougher situations, so it could be possible that she comes back. She's actually, if I'm not mistaken, the one who actually won this tournament last year. I think she took she won in the tiebreakers against Alice Lee. Am I right? Or
yeah, last year I think it was Alice Lee who was champion. I've seen that. Yeah.
okay, all right. I thought Yan was able to win that last round, but maybe I had my results wrong. But this does not seem.
So you know all these girls in and out, Sabina. You were the best mold that we could have for this event.
The thing is that I have. When you have a lot of experience, you also start developing these thoughts of needing to win against anyone. I don't know, Dina, if you have those things in your mind or not, but when I play them, I feel like I want to win, and but they're very strong. Chess in the United States, especially women's chess, has developed quite a bit lately, and we have a lot of girls who are putting in a lot of time. They have very good coaches. I mean, it's just wonderful to see them do so well.
I totally agree
Yeah.
to that. And we had Malik who actually highlighted it himself how much things have changed and improved so far. Thanks to Susan, thanks to Jennifer Shahada, thanks to all these women like you, Sabina, who put so much heart and soul into making women's chess great again
You know, we try,
for the
we
first
try.
time.
It's good to know that you inspire future generations. At some point, you have to pass on the torch, let's say, and kind of let future generations, you know, make their own impact, I guess, in the world of chess. But some of these girls are really very good. Actually, I'm really impressed with Omiya as well. I haven't seen her play in a long time, but maybe she wasn't playing the tournaments that I was following. But Omiya is also doing great. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see which one of these girls is gonna win the first spot.
Yeah, we kind of had this, clash of leaders straight from the first game. It was Rochelle and Rui who are like the top two seeds, but they had to face each other, unfortunately, right away because, they because of what happened in the like how the things have turned out in the first four because of tie breaks for the Swiss, and now one of them unfortunately has to go home. I mean, right for the second.
That's true. So wait, so after this gets eliminated, after they get eliminated, they still play for third place?
Yeah, they do
Yes.
play for
Okay.
third place,
All
but
right.
it's not the same prize. It's not the same
Of
scholarship.
course.
It's not the
Of
same
course.
pride. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more for the bragging rights and the prestige, right, of winning the events for a lot of these players. And Sabina, you've won the women's championship back in 2017 in the US, and since then we've seen some amazing talented players win, like Jennifer Yu, Carissa Yip, and you mentioned passing on the torch, right? So how does it feel to see that after you, like the US women's chess team has gotten so much stronger since then, and so much talent, and we have obviously Alice Lee coming up as well, and these girls in this tournament. It's got to be a good feeling, right, to see success for the next generation of women chess players.
I think so. I think it's really nice to see that the women's team is getting stronger, and I certainly hope, you know, like a few years back when the American team has won the Olympiad, I certainly hope that the US women's team will also get the chance to fight for gold, for the gold medal. I know there have been a few medals won in the past, especially when Susan was playing, when she came out of retirement to play. I believe it was in the Olympiad in Dresden that the American team got maybe bronze medal. So I certainly hope to see that success once again, and just you know, I think the fact that the Susan's foundation organizes this tournament is certainly, you know, as both you and Dina mentioned earlier, it's a nice incentive for women to continue staying in the game and kind of pursue their passion for other things as well, but also you know, get better and, you know, fight for their country to bring home some great trophies. I think that's all we can hope for.
That's awesome. And we're seeing the ends of these games are coming up. Maybe do you want to give the call out for the last Rochelle Rui moves?
I mean, knight g6 is coming. Okay, maybe now, maybe knight. Should we expect knight e6? Yep, knight e6.
And queen to h7. No, queen to h7.
Oh, okay, she
Or rook
wanted
to
to win the
c7.
queen instead. But they're so low on time, both of the players. Okay, I think.
Yeah.
Okay,
And Rochelle wants GG's. What a robbery. Huge robbery. You know, had Rui finished the first game the way it was supposed to be, she wouldn't have had to take the risk, all the risks that happened in this game. So yeah, well done by Rochelle. Stroke back from a tough situation, and the second game also finished. Oh, second game is
No,
still
it's
going.
yeah, it's queen and pawn endgame, and Avery's in a must-win situation. Omiya won the first game, so all she needs is draw. Omiya's up 2 pawns, but White's 1 square away from queening, but it looks like we have a perpetual.
Yeah.
Whoa,
I also
whoa.
wanted to say congratulations, by the way, to Rochelle for winning that. But also to really to not give up. I've seen her come back from tough situations. Actually, last US Championship, I had the pleasure to interview her on many occasions. I was the journalist for the tournament. It looks like that's a draw. That was a draw.
Yeah, that's a draw. And GG's to Omiya, who qualified to the finals. So the finals are gonna be between Rochelle Wu and Omiya. Joe. Why do I call you Lee?
Vidyarti.
Yeah. Good job.
You could have done it, Dean. I believe in you. But
Yeah.
yeah, the finals is going to be very exciting. Omiya versus Rochelle, and we also still have the 3rd place match between Avery and Rui. So, still we have another round to go. Still a best of 2. We haven't seen Armageddon in this match, but we might still see it in the next match. But yeah, Sabina, while we still have you on, maybe you could tell us a little bit more about like your experience. Like we had Melik on earlier. I know he's been a coach for the women's team. Do you have any fun stories, maybe competing for the Olympic team?
Well, fun stories. I can't think of anything right now, but I gotta say, Melik was my coach when I first started. I have good memories with him. When 2010, it was my first Olympiad ever. So when I played for Romania, I didn't make the team for various reasons that I'd rather not discuss. But first, after switching federations within 2 years, I made the Olympic team, and Melik was the coach at the time. Now he's the captain. He's a really wonderful, person to work with, and I've also been working with him on these FIDE trainer seminar. For those of you who are interested in getting better and getting some experience from coaches like Melik and other strong grandmasters, I highly recommend checking out his seminars. He's a very nice person, but also can be very tough as a coach. Like he will know how to encourage you, but he will also tell you, you
Everything
gotta...
about yourself, the truth about yourself. That's what we need. No. That's the kind of coaches that we like.
Well, Melik has never used like any bad word or anything. He has some jokes that he makes occasionally that might make you feel bad, but because you know him, he wants always the best for you, and he's always been so kind, and it's great to see him over these years. He's been a coach or captain since 2010, so that's a really long time. And he's very much loved by the team, regardless of who it was. It's always been that passion that he has to make sure that everyone is ready to play, and he always checks in on people. So some funny things, I really don't know. I wish I had some crazy story, but I've always been the one that they try to do well for the team. I think the best was maybe in 2014 when we played in an Olympiad, and I think that was probably one of the best years that we had with the team. I had 5 out of 5.
Wow.
But after that I did not do very well. I lost the last 2 games, so Melik was not very happy, let's just say that.
Aww.
But
I'm sure he forgave you.
Yeah, I'm sure he did by now, yeah. But I really I also gotta say, actually, I played with both Carissa Rochelle and Jennifer Yu at a couple of tournaments for the team, and they were really great teammates. So I can only think that a US chess team will definitely have great success.
Oh yeah.
In the future. I just hope the girls continue getting better, and they don't give up chess to do other things. They find a way to combine chess and school, because I think that's a great thing that chess does. It teaches us how to be more organized and disciplined with our time. And when you're able to do that, you can really find time for everything. I gotta say, Dina, I really love how you are able to manage your own time to do a lot of, commentary and streaming, but in the same time, you continue improving yourself at chess, and you have big hopes of continuing your improvement. And I love seeing that.
It's always a challenge, Sabina. We talked about it this a lot of time, like off camera. It's always a challenge. How do you find the balance between working on your own chess, but also pursuing your career, whatever it is in chess, or outside chess? In my case, is like chess content creation. Yeah, I'm trying to always make the best out of the tournament. Speaking of this weekend, are we gonna compete at the same pod, Sabina, for Carolina's Classic?
We are. I'm looking forward to seeing you again, Dina. Last time I didn't get the chance to talk to you. It was kind of intense, but hopefully this time we'll have more time. I'll be in Charlotte actually for a little bit longer, and talking about the Polgar sisters, which have been a great inspiration for me. The Charlotte Chess Center is organizing, after the Charlotte tournament, an elite camp, and I'm very excited that I'll be staying during it. And guess who the guest of honor is gonna be? Judith Polgar, the one and only Judith Polgar. So Susan's sister, and it's really exciting that I actually, get to meet her for the first time. I think I probably met her at the various tournaments, but never really had the chance to say anything, because you know how it is when there's someone super strong, you are a bit shy to go talk to them. But maybe this time I'll get Dina to help me out.
Well, I didn't get a chance either. But I'll be there as well, and I'll be trying to learn as well from Judith, and also from we're gonna have Veselin Topalov, former world champion, by the way. We're gonna also have our Ramesh, who is like one of the best coaches in India. Of course, Daniel Mladzitsky, so that's going to be a super strong elite camp just after Carolina's Classic. And yeah, looking forward to see you there, Sabina, to first of all play together alongside you, but then also to learn maybe alongside you as well. There's going to be lots of fun. Speaking of fun, the games have started, so we do have to take a look at this ones. We have semifinals where, fight for the third place between Ru Yang and Avril. And for the finals, I don't see the game yet, but that's gonna be soon. So maybe we can comment on the first moves for this one. Do you see what I see? The pawn to h5. Whoa, is that a theory? It's the game between Ru Yang.
I think I've seen that move before, but maybe not in this position. h5, maybe just getting ready for the knight going to g3 to have h4, but I guess you play g3, Jan, so there's no h4 happening. Is that pawn going to be helpful for later for some kingside attacks?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And the other thing that I'm worried about is that after bishop g5, now we can stabilize on the g5 and then try to get to the outpost with the knight to d5. That would be amazing. And indeed, the game between the finalists has started. I can see now it's Rochelle Wu versus Omia Vijrati. It's like Gujarati, but here it's Vijrati. I think I got it.
You got it, Dina. You got it.
And we got the London, the favorites opening by the younger Botas, the favorite London defense here.
Wait, I'm seeing an exchange Slav. Am I in the wrong game?
No, you are not. It's just me speculating on the
okay,
bishop on
sorry.
f4.
I didn't mean to correct you. I just
No, you're totally right. You're totally right. I mean,
it looks like the London. It does look, but the c pawn's gone.
Yes.
What do you feel about it?
Not much, but I guess Rochelle doesn't need a quick advantage at the opening. She's gonna outplay by her level. Is that the plan?
Probably. probably. I mean, there are some ideas that you can get from the exchange Slav, I believe, typically, but that personally would because they play a match of 2 games, right? And you have the white pieces first. I'm actually surprised by her choice of going for the exchange Slav. I think there are a few other lines that you can play that give you a bit of an edge. I would probably try more with white pieces first, but maybe from a psychology point of view, it's also it kind of shows that she doesn't want too much, and maybe Omiya might try to over push, and that's when she will get her. Last time I played Rochelle, actually only time that I played against Rochelle, I was quite winning. It was the last round of US Championship 2 years ago. And I was winning, and I fell for a tactical trap. One of those interpositions, I had the queen and the rook on the c-file, and she placed a piece in between, and I couldn't protect both of them. It
Oh,
was very sad. It was a very sad loss. So I know her a bit more than Omiya, but I think it would be great if either of them gets to win.
Rochelle tricked you. She's a tricky player.
She is. I was so, confident finally because I had such a bad tournament, and that was the last round. And last round you always want to win. It's so, no matter how bad your tournament was, if you work super hard and win the last round, you're not gonna feel as bad. I think, from own experience. Dina, you might have other feelings about this.
well, no, not necessarily. I actually totally agree with you, and it's I mean, this game for now was a bit too boring for me, so I would probably see how the other one is doing, which is way more vivid. As you can see, we got the knight coming to d5. Again, not sure. I would have started personally with the bishop to g5, but okay. Now pawn took on d5. How much of a specialist in Sicilians are you, Sabina?
Not too much. I always say that I'm gonna study the Najdorf, and then I never do. That's just something I come up with. Because I've been watching a bit of Giri's course, and I was like, yes, I'm gonna get into it. And then I never
Oh,
did.
on Chessable?
On Chessable, yes. But I gotta say, this position looks a bit like King's Indian kind of, not really, but I would prefer black. Maybe, although I'm not sure where she's going to castle.
Yeah, the king in the middle of the board definitely has me a little nervous for Avery. White's already castled kingside, and sometimes when you castle early, your opponent can really start that attack. And like Avery played an early h5, Rui just castled kingside anyways. And yeah, bishop to e7 just played like, is black gonna castle kingside anyways? And I'm not sure. Actually, it looks like white's the one bringing the attack now with f4.
Yeah, but it might have been a bit too soon, because I think we might be able to go h4. I'm not sure if she might have rushed with that move. Maybe she could have waited for black to go bishop g5 if the bishop got traded first. Okay, queen b6 check.
King moving?
Well, one thing's for sure, these players are definitely fighting. This is a much more exciting game for sure. Even though this is the third place match, there's still a lot on the line here.
Well, both of them come from a loss, so psychologically they're definitely in for that last round win,
Yes,
Exactly.
that's true.
You always want to end on a good note.
Yeah. It just feels better, somehow you just don't have that bitter taste, after a bad tournament. It kind of gives you the motivation to go back, see what your mistakes were, and come back stronger next time, I think. But when you lose, you're a bit feeling down, so if you don't have a strong character to find a way to get yourself back up, then it might be tough. You're gonna dwell on the past a bit too long, and then your improvement is gonna be slowed down, in my opinion.
Yeah,
That's
that
totally fair.
happens. I suggest you guys to switch back to the game of the finals, even though the position was more symmetrical, it's actually not anymore. Now we have the isolated pawn structure, and things did have changed here. So after, I believe last time we saw this position was bishop on d6. So bishop takes d6 happened, queen takes d6, knight e2. Short castle, e5. As you said, Sabina, Ome is trying to take a risk. And after d takes e5 and knight takes e5, bishop c2. Now the position is still equal, but it's no longer as boring as I would say, right? It's way more vibrant now. Maybe, Sabina, you can fill us in. What are the general plans of the isolated pawn structure?
Right. So normally you want to trade, at least in theory, you want with white pieces to trade all those minor pieces and then triple up on the d file, followed by e4 and winning that pawn in d5. But it's always so much easier said than done. Black, well, the side with the isolated pawn typically has the more space because the pawn is in the center, and it also has the outpost in e4, which often gives opportunities for attack, like putting the knight there and attacking. But we got a problem with black in this position because the dark square bishop is traded off, which means from the point of view of an attack, it's not going to be easy for black to build something without a bishop. Yes, there's some knight g4 ideas, but I think, white's knight is better placed than typically. Typically, you would see it in f3, and now it is in e2, so it can go to g3 to cover the king. And I think it is white who has a much better chance of putting pressure on that pawn than black attacking at this point. But anything can happen still. You also have to be careful of a d4 push at some point. So, if there's no attack, black would love to trade the isolated pawn.
Yeah, well, that depends what they want, right? Because sometimes it can only lead to equalization when black wants to kind of play for more, then they wouldn't. So that's a question of time. Yeah, I almost want to make the best out of the time that you, such a wonderful host, is here, Sabina, and let Joe explode the potential of our ghost by leaving you guys alone for a couple of minutes, if I may.
Okay.
Sounds good, Dina. We'll see you soon.
I'll keep the board as it is, which is the finals. You will not be able to make moves, but I'm pretty sure that that's gonna be more than enough for you to get the grip of what's going on.
All right, well, Sabina, I actually saw that you were streaming last night and I tuned in and I had the fortune of meeting your cat.
Okay, yes, she's sleeping right now, but yes,
So
I do have a cat for many years now. She's turning 8 soon, and she has a chess name. Her name is the Queen. Well, actually, it's Regina, but in Romanian language, it means the Queen. So she's yeah,
Wow, that's
my
amazing.
baby.
I actually didn't know I mean Regina is a name, but I didn't know it meant the queen in Romanian. So
It does. So
very cool, very cool. And being from Romania, I know the Botez sisters, and we had Papa Botez on yesterday.
nice.
And I know the Botezes have been part of this event in the past. Is there like a chess culture in Romania? Like, I assume that's probably why you all play.
Yes, so I actually come from a chess family. Both my parents were international masters. My mom was a very strong player in Romania. She actually competed against Susan in a few candidate tournaments, as they had them, or zonals, as they had them called back then. And so my parents taught me to play when I was pretty young, maybe around 4 years old. And the idea was to be a chess family, travel together to tournaments, and just have the opportunity to just spend time as a family. So that's kind of how my upbringing was. And being the daughter, and I have a sister as well who's also playing chess. But being the daughter of 2 chess players, it's kind of it was only natural that I would learn the game, but both my parents were actually Romanian champions. My dad only one time. My mom was 5 times Romanian champion. And so it it kind of it started there, but we had very strong players in Romania. Um, Maybe you heard of Florin Gheorghiu. He actually played against both Karpov and Fischer. And altogether, I don't know how many world champions he said he played against, and he had pretty good scores. So we have some history there. We're also close to other countries with history. So chess history, I mean. So it's yeah.
That's amazing that both your parents are champions and you yourself are U.S. Women's Champion. So a family of champions is incredible.
Thank you.
And
We tried.
and succeeded. So that's really cool. We see a move played on this game, queen to d4, and I always have learned or have been told that with an isolated queen's pawn, typically the side that controls the square in front of it is doing well. And you mentioned black would love to play this move d4, but it is white that has a firm grip over d4. The knight on e2 controls it, the pawn on e3 controls it, and now black just planting the queen on d4. But I was curious about this idea that I had knight b5 to d4. So it makes me question, how do you know which piece do you actually want to be blockading the pawn? Or is the queen maybe just pivoting on the d4 square?
So typically you would want to, if you're gonna blockade it to make sure d4 is not played, you typically want to put a knight. So your idea is actually quite natural. And I like knight b5, trying to bring in the knight. But I think that move, queen d4, is just for Rochelle to finish her development and be able to bring her rook onto d1. I think she just, the queen might go to h4 later, in my opinion, and then probably get the rook to d1. She wants to double up, but as I was saying earlier, with so many minor pieces, that queen might be chased away, but maybe knight c6 could be an option.
Yeah, and that also kind of brings up that point again, why we don't want the queen to blockade the pawn, because the queen could get kicked away, and knight c6
Yes.
is a natural choice. But I agree, the queen moving is connecting the rooks. It's vacating the d1 square for a rook to go to, so that white can pile up even more pressure onto this pawn. And we do see knight c6. We are going to see the queen move. Queen h4 played pretty much instantaneously, as you called it. This is a very natural square to be because it puts pressure on h7. It somewhat puts pressure on the knight on f6 and the rook behind it on d8. So the play seems to be fairly natural here for white. The rook's going to come to d1, and black still has to complete their development. The late score bishop needs to come out at some point. Probably just e6, right?
Yeah, you know what? I think Rochelle was being a bit tricky here with that queen d4 move, because although the queen wasn't that greatly placed on that square, it actually attracted Omiya to go knight c6, and now that knight went away from potentially attacking her king. So this might have been like kind of a wise decision, because earlier there were some ideas with knight g4, maybe a knight f to g4, and then knight e to f3 check, discovered check, well, check queen, but also opening the queen in d6 to checkmate in h2. But now those ideas are kind of gone. The queen in h4 is doing a good job at defending, so all she has to do is just now bring her rook to d1 and make sure the d pawn doesn't get pushed. And she took, we look at that, rook d1, and she took her queen kind of out of harm's way, and starting to like white's position a bit more. Black will have to be on the defending side now.
Definitely. So yeah, I wanted to maybe talk a little bit more about you and obviously, would you say winning the U.S. Women's Championship was kind of like the peak? That's like the Like what do you do from there now? Like obviously you're still playing, you're still competing, you're going to these different events. I know that you're streaming now. So what's next in your chess career?
That is a great question because for a long time I did not know. It is not easy sometimes when you're winning such a tournament that you've been dreaming of winning for so many years. I've been competing in US Championships since 2009, and every year I remember when my mom was still alive, she would stay online to watch my games, and after the game, she was always try to be supportive when I was losing because I didn't do very well. So it was really wonderful. It was a blessing and the sad thing to win the US Women's Championship because I had lost my mom 2 months prior to that. So it's been just unreal to win it at the time. And psychologically, actually, it was good for me, but also bad because I started feeling that now I need to crush everyone. I need to win all my games. I need to be better. And whenever I wasn't doing well, I was not acting out very well. We've heard various talks about how people behave after they lose, but I think I was just getting very mad at myself, and sometimes it was showing on the outside. I wasn't nice to the people around me, and that actually put a toll on my let's just say progress, because I just couldn't believe that I just can't hold on to that level. And I made the big mistake of thinking that I can just now, not train as hard because I already won this championship, and there was a big mistake. So if anyone is listening, you need to remember that everyone can go from the highest point to the lowest point, and you need to really balance that very well. So for a few years, I hadn't done much about my training. I focused a lot on promoting chess, teaching a lot. I wrote a book with my ex. It's called Sherlock's Method. It's a really great book, I think, for training yourself before a tournament. And then in recent years, I also did a lot of kind of journalistic work. But in the past year, I really realized that I feel that I still can achieve a couple of things in my life, but I have to go back to being disciplined. And so I got a few goals, and I'm trying to be more disciplined with my time. So instead of wasting my time and doing things that wouldn't benefit me, I try to have my training sessions, chess sessions in the morning, where I feel more fresh, and then I do the teaching. Of course, that's my main job in the afternoons. And I do want to compete, and I want to try to get my rating back up. I don't think that I'm completely out of you know like I don't think of myself as retired, let's just say. I just really want to do better with managing my time, and just kind of stay with the feet on earth. Don't think that anymore that it was so great, and also not feel bad for taking losses, because those are actually part of your improvement. You need to be really good at getting better, at taking the losses, and just take them as a learning opportunity.
Yeah, that's very beautifully said. And Sabine, I feel you every single word you said. I can absolutely relate. Life is all about, it's like when you're an athlete, you're a chess player, it's all about how you balance between being healthy, making a living for yourself, because chess is not, unfortunately, yet a sport that you can make a living from. How you balance between continuing to train on, like, with all those circumstances, and keeping up with the fighting spirit, and the motivation, and yeah, it's setting yourself the right goals, and always making sure you're getting out of your comfort zone. You're challenging yourself to be a better version of yourself every single day, as a chess player and as a person overall.
That is true. I completely neglected my health for the past few years, and now it's I'm taking my health has been taking a toll on it, but I'm working on it, and small steps. What is very important for everyone to know, I think, is that stop comparing yourself to others. And it's not just, I'm not just saying this because, everyone says it. It's really something that I've learned. I used to compare myself to so many people and I put me down so much. But
Oh,
also look at yourself on a longer period of time. Don't look how much have I progressed in the past month. That's not long enough of a period to really make a difference. Look at how you have progressed over a longer period of time, say half a year, and just look at how you were then and how you are now. And if you see a bit of improvement, even a little bit, it's better than seeing nothing or seeing something worse. So make sure you're not comparing yourself on too short periods of time, because that way you're really going to put pressure on yourself and stress yourself out, and it's not going to do good for you in chess or in life.
That's beautifully said, Sabina. Yeah, thank you for sharing your experiences and your wisdom. And I feel like you should consider writing maybe another book to share your story to a wider audience, because I know we're all very lucky to have listened to you here today, but there's a lot of people that I think could really benefit from this words of wisdom. So
I appreciate
yeah,
it. Thank you,
maybe
Joe.
another book in the future from you.
maybe
I have some ideas, but yeah, Dina, if you want to join, I'd be happy to.
for the book.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I already for me, as I also opened my own chess learning community called the Russian Chess School, and now it does take a lot of my time. I feel like I need to improve it so much, because everybody always feels like that they're it's not enough, they want more. So it's a hard work, but demands a lot of discipline, again, just like everything. But Sabina, maybe a book about coming from a chess family, how to chess as is my life. I would see that as a title for you. But Sabina, before we let you go, because we do have another guest on the line, please, your predictions. Who's gonna win the 2024?
I think Rochelle is gonna win.
Okay.
I feel like she's the one who's a bit better at the moment, but okay, there's one more game, so we don't know. So I think Rochelle would be probably finishing first, and then third, I think Ryan.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Sabina. Indeed, Ru is having a big edge, so probably that's gonna happen. Sabina, it's been an honor and a pleasure. And well, as far as for me, I'm gonna see you on Friday already. I'm looking forward to that. And Joe, maybe you should join us too. I know you can't.
Thank you so much for
I'll be
having
there in
me.
spirit. Yeah, thank you, Savina. It's been an honor. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye
Thank you.
bye.
Bye.
And Joe, we do have our next guest on the line that we are welcome to join. The one and only. You know who's joining us, Joe?
Well, we had one US woman champion. We're going to have another one joining us in just a second. So this is very exciting. The one and only, as you said, Jennifer Shahadi.
Hello, Jennifer, and welcome. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you taking time.
Oh, good. It's so great to see you. Good to see you both.
Hi, Jennifer. It's an honor to see you and to have you join us.
Yeah, thank you.
We are currently in the finals. We're watching the games between Rochelle and
Omia.
and Omia, who are fighting for the first place.
yes.
There has been some ups and downs. Unfortunately, Rui was winning the first game of semifinals, but let it slip away. The game ended up in a draw. And Rochelle won the second game, and now Rui is only playing for the third place. But it is what it is, and that's the state of our 21st season Polgar Foundation Girls Invitational tournament so far. Jennifer, you have put an immense impact into the US chess, women chess, and so did Susan. You have been watching these events for many, many years, for 2 decades. What's your general take on this whole thing going on here that we have?
Well, I think that there's still a lot of countries where they don't always have women's chess tournaments like this. And I think what we've seen in the United States is that the number of girls have gone up since we've had separate women's events like this. So, yeah, I think it's really cool that it's been going on for so many years as well. And I know that before this event, and before we had more girls and women's tournaments in the United States, we had something like 4% female participation, and now it's a lot higher. It's still not nearly as high as we'd like it to be, but it is really nice to see the growth. And as for the game, I was taught that when you are playing against the isolated pawn, you want to have as few pieces as possible, right? And if you have the isolated pawn, you want to have more minor pieces. If those truths hold true, then white should be doing well here. But I don't know. This is a very specific situation, and it looks like if I try to maneuver my knight to d4, you might get your knight to e4. So what have you both thought about this position with Rochelle? Does she have a nice isolated pawn advantage, or is black sufficient counterplay?
Well, frankly, I do not think there is any counterplay here, unfortunately. It seems like black is keeping it very passive. I don't know why, at first place, black decided to actually go to this structure, but we were speculating that Omiya is trying to get, a little bit more aggressive style of play, maybe trying, to show the ambition, to show that she's not afraid of a higher rated opponent. But this is only game number 1, so if black holds a draw, it's still fine. They will get white in the next game, so not the worst result, to frankly speaking. But looking at the second game that we have in the semifinals, which is between Rui and Avery, here the higher rated player Rui is actually leading by far in the position now, +7, which is like 7 pawns up, and we see the rook has just entered the 7th rank, so things are a little bit more terrifying here.
Oh yeah, and isn't white up material? Like white's just up a piece, right?
And there is that
Shoot,
too.
I have a knight and you don't, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rui is the highest rated player in this event, and qualified yesterday for the playoffs, but came up against Rochelle in the first round. So Rochelle, very strong player, of course, and Rui now has to fight for 3rd place, but is looking really good up a knight in this position.
Oh yeah, and look at that FM title. That's nice. So she must have gotten the 2,300 FIDE at some point. Pretty cool. Yeah, I've been seeing Rui play for many years. I mean, she's played in the U.S. Women's Championship, so it's just she's been a fixture for a while, and both like the Scholastic and the women's scene, really.
Yeah. Many girls have titles here, so they have been a part of this event for so long. And yeah, maybe Jennifer would like to hear your perspective from what an impact has the foundation has done on US chess. I know you have put immense effort into making so many events for the girls. Now you step a little bit away from the whole federation, but you still continue to support women chess, and this is one of your goals. And you say that also the reasons why you write your books, if I may.
Oh yeah, it's always been important to me for chess to be as inclusive as possible. And obviously we just started Pride Month, so like that's another occasion to kind of celebrate inclusion in chess. And with me, like really the idea is that if there's more girls in chess, it's just better for the game for everyone, not just for the girls. Although that is obviously the primary motive, but I think that chess just becomes a lot more fun. And I remember playing in, I never qualified for the Denker tournament, which was like the tournament of high school champions. Partly that was because my brother, he's also from Pennsylvania, of course. We lived in the same house. And I remember one time I was trying to qualify for that tournament, and I think they paired us against other people because we were on the same team. So I didn't even get a chance to beat him face to face.
Oh.
So Yeah, that was a tournament that they had for many, many years, and they didn't have like a female tournament in the beginning, and so there was just very few women at those events. And so I think like when you add the women's events, it just really makes the tournament atmosphere more fun. And I think people are kind of copying this, but like in a good way, all over the world too. And yesterday actually, I gave a lecture to Norway chess. So I'm not in Norway, so obviously I did it online. But it was a girls and women's class, and it really struck me that they were combining the adult women and the girls, which I think is a really good solution when you feel like you don't have like a critical mass of girls. Like you can also add women, or vice versa. They can really train together because there's so many women and moms who really want to get in there. And in fact, I saw some posts from you, Dina, where you were doing some moms classes at the Charlotte Chess Center. Is that right?
I haven't done yet myself, like I haven't participated in them yet, but I've been highlighting them on the social media for the center and for myself. But yeah, we do have this initiative of Moms of the CCC, you know, this which we actually wanna take to the next level and rename to more ladies night, you know, to make it all inclusive, not just for moms, because we actually noticed that, you know, after certain number of events, like less women attend, probably because many of them are not yet or mothers, so they don't necessarily feel that inclusive. So we want to actually.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
I love that point because the thing about moms is like it's so cool because you're like, oh, this is great, get more moms involved, Mother's Day, but then you do realize you're leaving adult women out who don't have kids, child free, maybe by choice, maybe struggling to have children. So yeah, it's actually a really great point. It's kind of nice for like a Mother's Day event, but beyond that, like making it open to adult women's really smart. It's just the name mom and is so is so catchy, like chess moms. You love it, but it does kind of leave some people out. So I love that you're doing that.
Yeah, we even designed these special T-shirts, you know, that say "Mom of the CCC," and we like all the students have a curriculum in the Charlotte Chess Center. They're like workbooks that are designed, you know, to make exercises. But there is also a special edition of Moms of the workbook that is the same workbook but with a different color. You know, we added some pink color. But yeah, our next step is actually make it even more inclusive and make sure that all women that are part of Charlotte chess community can participate and attend, and it's free for all. There is like you know, there's always some food, you know, for like, then you spend some time, you even get a lecture on chess and you play each other, so there is that too.
Oh yeah, that's great. Ladies' nights for chess. Fantastic idea. And look at this move that was just played, knight to d5. I'm particularly shocked because they're getting 2 exclamation points and Chadok in the chat suggested it. What's going on? This doesn't seem real. Knight d5, is that a real exclamation point? How many pieces are attacking that square? Wait a
Well,
second.
yeah, black has 3 pieces attacking. It's only defeated twice, so it's
Oh.
deserving of the brilliancy award here. But we were saying Rui is better because she's up a knight, and she's putting that knight to good use, essentially distracting all of black's pieces. Um, it's blocking the bishop from defending f7, which has 3 attackers, both rooks and the queen. And it's also distracting the black rook from the back rank. So if we trade everything down, black's going to have rook b8 check at the end of that line.
Ah, yes, of course, the skewer. That is one of my favorite tactics. By the way, I have a book of chess tactics that I came out with pretty recently, and Dina stars in one of the chapters. She's in the chapter on checkmate threats, which I like to call Zap because I feel like checkmate threat is kind of a mouthful. And so for children, I feel like, you know, Zap is a good word. And yeah, they each of them has like a theme, and I really enjoy the skewer chapter because skewers are just really pretty. They come up a lot in the end game because a lot of times they involve the king, right? But sometimes they surprise you and they find them in the middle game, like in this case. And of course, Avery saw that, right? And she just played f6. But her problems are not going to end. It's that extra knight. That'll do it.
And queen a3 now is played.
Oh,
Awesome
yeah.
continuation of the attack here.
And the knight is gonna come to e7 and then together with the bishop and an extra piece. Yeah, some tremendous attack might be happening here soon. Speaking of your books, Jennifer, you wrote already not one but two books. I mean, actually, not two. Two are the latest, but you wrote many more. But something tells me you are working on your next project, aren't you?
Yes, I'm working on a new book called Thinking Sideways, which is really for non-chess players as well as chess players. It's about, chess and life skills, and also about the things that we can learn from some of the incredible growth chess has seen. And whether it's like, the bad parts like cheating, or the good parts like so many people being able to make a business from chess. And so I'm kind of trying to like draw some of those lessons out for people and give them a little bit of an insider look into chess. So yeah, I'm super excited.
That's interesting. So you're aiming for a broader audience, not just like chess players, but what lessons people can learn from a game of chess. Kind of like a TED talk for, entrepreneurs, how to learn from chess.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, that's exactly right. And the title Thinking Sideways is based on the idea that in chess, a lot of people think that, many times I'm sure you've been asked, how many moves do you think ahead? And it's hard to answer that question because it all depends on how many pieces are in the board, right? Or as Capablanca famously answered, one move, but it's the right one. Well, to me, the truth is about chess players, the really good ones are very good at thinking sideways. They're looking at more possibilities than their opponents. And maybe it's like this move, maybe it's the next move, but somehow there's an idea they saw that their opponent missed. And so this is like the overarching theme to, look from side to side, come up with new options in life and in chess. And it's interesting, I came up with that title and it just keeps recurring in the book, which it means that you have a good title, right? Like, it just keeps coming up in weird ways. So I'm very happy.
Yeah,
I'm really looking forward to getting that.
Title is matters a lot. It's I don't want to compare it, not mean to downgrade, but for a YouTube video, a title and a thumbnail, which is like the picture, yeah, it's like 50% of a success. So.
Oh yeah. So what's your top tip for titling?
Well, it's pretty much the same as when you write a book. Yeah, you understand like how much it matters when you pick up the right title. So it has to be a clickbait, right? It has to intrigue, it has to catch, it has to make people want to halt like for a second and take a look at the product.
Right. So for me, one of the things with a book, I've noticed this for poker and for chess, is that when you want to reach a broader audience, you don't necessarily want to put chess or poker like right there, but it has to be in there somewhere. And I guess with YouTube videos, what's your thought on that? Like how often you put the word chess in? Do you have to put chess in or not necessarily?
So it's actually a very long topic, and I'll try to summarize it quickly. Like we used to think that like put the chess word would actually be super important for the algorithm, for the SEO, but now like YouTube is like such a smart thing. Yeah, it's all like Google and research and optimization. So like SEO is not as important as it used to be, and now it's more of how really make it intriguing and entertaining. Yeah, I will say that like it used to matter way more previously than nowadays, just because all the social networks, their algorithms are so smart and they're becoming better and better every day, that at the end of the day it's more important like how entertaining is the video. But it's changing, and the thing is no one really knows. Yeah, only like people who work for the company actually would give you the right answer. There are very few like YouTubers, probably the best out of the best, who really know what's the right secret recipe there.
That makes sense. You kind of just have to keep on your toes and keep thinking about it actively. Well, I love your content, so I feel like you're doing great stuff. By the way, we got an interesting question in the chat. Daft Dandelion asks, tell me something that is true that very few people agree with you on. It sounds like one of those like cock party conversation starters.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's a good question for sure.
Something chess related?
Well, I do have to interrupt you and just say that Rui did win her game with the checkmate that we have seen on the board. So we're now gonna focus on our screens. Is gonna be the final game, the game between the finalists, between Rochelle Wu and Omia Vijrati. But yeah, Jennifer, go ahead and answer that tricky question if you want.
Well, it's funny. In chess, I would have said something like that might have surprised people like 3 or 4 years ago. Something like, oh, blitz is good. It's good to memorize openings, because I think like those were kind of controversial things, because people would say like, oh, blitz is very bad for kids or for new players, and opening memorization should only be for like professional players or master level players. But I think more people agree with those things in like the last 3 years. So I had to come up with like something that's more edgy, because he specifically says very few people agree with on. Do you got anything? Got anything good?
Maybe that hyperbullet's good for your chess.
Hyperbolic, but do you actually believe that? Like,
No,
it has to also be true. It can't just be something that people don't agree with. Like,
yeah, that's a good point.
I
Maybe
always
just normal bullet.
I always go with bullet is bad, but so many people would disagree.
okay, let's talk about that. Maybe we can come up with something that's not chess related. That would probably be easier. Right?
Well,
I'm
I actually have been dying to ask you, Jennifer, like you are professional, you have been professional chess player for all your life. You also have been professional in poker and
Yes.
you continue. So I wanted to bring up poker, like thinking of this, but also if you have any idea in the future to maybe write a book that it would connect and the lessons that you can see similarities between poker and chess.
Well, I think in Thinking Sideways, I am talking a decent amount about poker, because I have so much experience in poker, and it really does teach you a lot of life lessons as well. I think in some ways more obvious ones, because poker is played with money and chips and all that, and financial lessons, right? But I think chesses are a little bit more hidden, maybe, because chess is almost not like life, right? It's in a vacuum. It's so much about concentration and focus. It's so fair, and I think that really makes it very different. But they're both going to be in that book. And as for the differences, I'm sure you've already started to observe many of them as you played in a tournament in Barcelona recently, right?
Yeah, that has been my third tournament overall, but I'm still like somewhat maybe 500 the rated chess player, or 400 that I'm barely navigating between the rules. But I actually, that question that was raised in the chat, I was thinking about, it's like what everybody thinks is good or bad. Like, obviously, whenever I start promoting poker on my streams, I stream poker, I make content out of it. Actually, I'm working on a big video that is coming up where I gave a symbol to 3 poker players. It's gonna be called "Can the Chess Player Beat 3 Professional Poker Players at the Same Time?" So everybody comes to my chat and gives comments like "How dare you promoting gambling?" And I think, Jennifer, you are the right person to advocate of like the how much benefit one can make out of learning such a complicated game as poker, and the life lessons as you mentioned.
Oh yeah, it's so good for financial lessons, because it's kind of like a microcosm of finance, right? Like you need to think about your bankroll, and that's probably one of the most important things, like figuring out how much money you have to spend on each tournament, because if you spend too much on one tournament, you're going to lose all your money. And then my favorite lesson financially from poker is this idea that if you play too many hands, you'll ultimately lose your money very quickly. Kind of similar to like if you invest in too many risky projects, you're going to lose your money, right? Because eventually you're just going to get in the habit of playing speculative and taking speculative bets, and you're going to lose. But if you were too risk averse and you just put all your money in a savings account, you're going to also lose money, because you're not going to be beating inflation. So it's just a really pure example of that. If you sit at the table and you don't play enough hands, you are going to lose money slowly. And if you play too many, you're also going to lose money quickly. And so finding that balance, I think, seems like it would be really easy, but it's not. And I think a lot of that is because, unlike chess, which is a very pure game, poker deals with a lot of our desires and our emotional relationships with money that we learn as children. And that's probably why people in the stream have a negative reaction to it, because maybe they learn about it. And frankly, there are some people that poker's not a good game for them, because maybe it kind of they look at it more from the gambling side. And there's a lot of resources to help people who have that inclination. So I think that it's still a valid question, and I love the financial lessons it teaches. But chess is really a game that can be for every single person. And so, yeah, I get it, and I can't wait to hear like all the things that you're going from it because I think you'd be really good at it. You say you're 500 now, but already that statement I think makes you a little bit ahead of the curve because most people think that they're good at poker right away. You know,
Yeah,
most
no, no,
people have what they
no.
call like the Dunning-Kruger effect, where
Exactly.
the fact that you know that you're fallible means that you're already better than half of your competition.
Yeah, well,
Yes,
I guess I
Dina's
just
very
know,
humble.
no, I just know the reality. I mean, I was so kind of dragged into it by Alexandra Botas, another chess player who got very passionate about poker. Almira Skripchenko gave me a few lessons when I was in Paris. Those were perhaps the most valuable ones because we would actually like make like she would teach me in the real, on the real kind of like I was gonna say board, but like a poker table. So I really am looking forward to learn more and kind of get better because I feel like unlike with chess the progress is so much more, you can see the progress so much better because with chess I already achieved such a level where it's like now every progress is gonna be like tiny little steps and a lot of effort, but in poker I'm still like that like a child who you taught how pieces move and now he's gonna crush everybody in the under 8 section.
Yeah, because also once you reach a level of you in chess, a lot of it's not even about skill, like learning new skills or knowledge. It's also about your form, and that's harder to predict. Whereas in poker, you still have like a lot of concrete things to learn, right? Like actual knowledge blocks. So it's a kind of a different type of training, right? But yeah, that's exciting. And maybe it'll give you some ideas in chess. I like to tell people that chess is becoming more like poker and poker is becoming more like chess. And what I mean by that is that chess players now, because they use these artificial intelligence to study their openings, a lot of times they're looking for openings that aren't even that good, but that can cause their opponents to stumble. And it really resembles in the same way a poker player thinks. And I first noticed this in the way that Magnus Carlsen talked about chess. And of course, he's pretty good at poker too. And now you see, I also Fabiano as well. I heard him talking in this manner very early on. And I think you hear more and more chess players speak in this way. And to me, it's really fascinating. And by the way, this Rook game by Rochelle Wu is like just absolutely crushing now. I guess she won the isolated pawn and just winning the isolated pawn because she won it and her opponent's Rook is super passive. So it's like a WW.
Exactly.
Win.
Yeah.
For Wu.
Best of both worlds.
How did that happen? How did she just completely crush
she traded off queens on c6 and then that helped her bring the other rook in, and then black played g5, kind of encouraging the knight to scoop up this isolated pawn along the way.
Nice.
But Jennifer, while we have you on here, I feel very honored to meet you first off because you have so many accomplishments. You seem to have so many passions. You've written multiple books, two-time U.S. Women's Champion. You're a poker champion. I feel like you have so many accomplishments, and you have so much to give to the world, and you've supported women's chess so much. I wanted to ask you, like, for instance, when you decide to write a book or pursue like the next project or the next passion, like because there's so many things that you could do and promote, how do you prioritize your time and deciding like, okay, what's your next book going to be about, for example?
I have publishers, so they kind of workshop it with me, but it is really tough. Prioritization is so difficult. People are really busy these days, especially with the kind of rise of content creation. And I just am improving at it all the time. But I got to tell you that earlier this year, I had something like 20,000 words in February, and I had to get to 80,000 by April. So, I mean, sometimes the deadlines just do it for you. They're like, this is what you have to do or you're not going to finish it. Right. So.
That's incredible. Wow. And all that alongside with being a mother, and raising a child. Of course, that's just separately is already a big part of your life and a career as well.
Oh yeah, I'm a chess mom too. Oh, it's the best. 2 thumbs up. That's the most fun I've had in chess in ages.
How's
bringing my
little
son to
Fabi?
tournaments. Oh, it's the best because it's like I get the best of both worlds because I like talking to kids about their games and all that. But then I also bring my own son, so I'm like doing my parenting. But then I also I often bring my books as prizes, and so I'm able to kind of like do a community thing, but also do a family thing at the same time. I mean, that's actually probably one of the coolest things about being a parent, that you're able to kind of do volunteer and do community service while you get to spend quality time with your kid or kids. And yeah, I think it's definitely unexpected joy. I was not expecting it.
That's amazing.
How
And yeah, go ahead, Joe.
how's little Fabi doing? How's his chess coming?
Oh, he loves it. I mean, that's to me, that's the important thing because he'll probably just quit if he doesn't continue to like it. I will say to any parents or watching this who have kids that aren't in the game and they want them to get into it, I think the biggest change for me was when we put Fabian in a tournament. So I'm on a chess stream, so I say Fabiano, but he is Fabian, not Fabiano. And I feel like when we put him in an actual tournament, he lit up. Like before that, he was like not as into it, but the tournament was so fun and dramatic, and he had so many stories. So that really shocked me because my thinking was, oh, we should make sure he's ready before he plays in a tournament. But I would say the opposite, just like throw him in there because you do research on what the best one to start is, but make sure you get them in a tournament because that's kind of what the fun part of chess for kids, getting to meet other kids, going to a new place or hotel. And once they get that experience, they can sometimes be hooked and then they'll do more studying.
Yeah, yeah, that's exactly it. I'm very curious how much like the day I'm gonna become a mother, obviously I'm gonna force my kids to do chess because this is how I grew up. I was forced and I didn't know if I like it until the age of 15 when I woke up. It's like, I've been doing chess for all my life. Maybe I like it. So, but I'm curious how will it be like, from competitive chess player yourself to a chess mom. It must be like completely different. You probably have to have a lot of like being very wise in it.
When I wasn't necessarily expecting it like you, I was kind of like, oh, I'll show it to him and see if he likes it. But one interesting thing, since we are calling the Susan Polgar Foundation event, one of my favorite observations from the Polgar family is that I believe Susan learned when she was like 3. I actually have a position in my book, Play Like a Champion, from her when she was 4 years old that she composed. It's unbelievable. Actually, my editor looked at it and he's like, you got a typo in that chapter. Like, no, it's not a typo. I triple checked. She really was 4 years old. But I read that the youngest, Judith, learned at 5. So I think somehow, and I think what I had heard was that what I read was something that they decided that like 5 was a perfect age to start as well. Like 3 is fun. If the kid likes it, it's fun. But until 5, it's like they're not really able to like learn at the same capacity. So you can also just start at 5. What's your thought on that? Would you also do something different, or would you kind of like just feel it out?
Well, I learned chess when I was 3, and my mom was a chess coach. At 5, I was already competing. So, but I do think from like watching, because my mom has been like forever chess coach up to today, probably teaching right now. And she was in fact like also the first coach of Anish Giri. But Anish came to the class. It was his schoolmates who dragged him in, and he was already 7. And in the end of the day, I do not think that the age matters as much as the talent and of course the passion that children have. Because okay, when Anish came, he was 7, I was 7, I was beating him. But like maybe within a year, when he was 8, he was already beating me. So in 1 year, imagine he got like everything. Maybe like 2 years, I don't remember exactly. He got everything what I did in 5 years. So. It depends. I think it's definitely. I would personally, just because I'm very ambitious, like I'm a competitor, and yeah, so I would want to like to be. I'm just afraid that I would be a very severe, chess mom. But we'll see.
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think so because I think chess players, the chess parents that are the most severe are usually the ones that like don't really know chess because they just get so upset if a kid loses or wins. Whereas you would always know that it's not really that important in the grand scheme of things, but maybe I'm wrong. I just have noticed this in general that, the chess parents are not usually caring as much about a game when they're like 6 years old, unless it's like in the nationals or the world youth, sure. But I think that people who don't know chess, they have nothing. The problem with people who don't know chess is it's harder for them because they don't have anything to fixate on except the result, right?
Yeah.
Whereas you can kind of see like the process. So that, I think that helps for sure.
But there is one thing that I noticed in particular, and I guess Polgar family is a huge kind of is also an example to that. I've been always wondering, in fact, I never understood why all this like best players in the world, like Polgar sisters, like Kostyuk and many Lagno, many other like competitors, not necessarily, I mean, now I'm talking about females, but obviously not just females. All these chess champions who become parents, they do not initiate or they do not force like chess on their kids. Sometimes I feel like they do it almost on purpose, and I don't know if it's just a balance between like you don't have energy to always be able to stick behind your kid, or like you just wanted the same suffering and misery life of a professional athlete with all the downsides of it that you don't do it. But yeah.
Yeah, I think it goes both ways. You're right, but I think that sometimes they just kind of notice that the kid's not as into it and go a different way. Susan's kids got really good, I think, right? I don't think Judith's played that much, but I believe Susan's got quite strong. I don't want to get their rating wrong, but I think they were actually competing nationally quite successfully.
Yeah.
So
Well, Susan's actually going to be joining any minute, so we could actually ask her directly. So, Jennifer, it's been an absolute honor to have you on. You're amazing. Everyone should go check out all of your books, and it's very exciting to know you have another one on the way, and I'm sure more to follow in the future. So, everything you've done can't really be put into words. So we just appreciate your time and hope to see you again soon.
thanks for having me and thanks for doing this.
And I'm looking forward to the day where I'm be able to learn from your poker podcast, Jennifer. A bit too early for me, but I'm getting there. Thank you so much.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Bye
Take care.
bye. And that was the one and only Jennifer Shahade with us. Wow, Joe, I feel honored. So many guests, and I actually feel even overwhelmed. Before Susan joins, let's briefly fill in our audience with what was going on here on the board. The game number one is still going between the finalists Rochelle Wu and Omiya. White will definitely win this game, but oh boy, what a fight. What a fight.
Yeah, Rochelle did really well to win the isolated pawn, and then we got into a rook and pawn endgame. Yeah, white's about to queen, so rook c8, maybe there's some checks, but no. King a7, okay, rook pins the pawn, king a8, check. You can block with the rook, but you could also just queen. Probably rook c8's a bit cleaner, but yeah, no, Rochelle's looking great, and she's gonna have a 1-point lead going into the second round.
Yes, that's a theoretical win because once the black rook sacrifices for the pawn, black king cannot unfortunately join the pawn, and once the pawn moves to the g4, then it's gonna be attacked by the rook and then just simply taken by it. And in this case, I see that the queen is getting promoted, so it's not even about that.
Yeah, and I really liked this rook c7 check. Really nice touch, so that when she queens after rook a1, she can block with the rook on a7. That's where we see resignation. So Rochelle's looking great to win the 21st Susan Polgar Foundation Girls Invitational. She's only a draw away.
Wow, that's incredible. That is incredible. And in the meantime, for the semifinals, we got the game going. The second game, let us take a look at that one.
The third place match.
Oh.
Yes, Rui won the first one, and so now Avery's in a must-win situation to force Armageddon.
Still loading. Here, I believe. It's this one. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're already 20 moves in. They started a lot earlier.
Yeah.
And it took a while for Rochelle to win her game, but she got the win in the end. So Rui and Avery, they're gonna finish first. And yeah, I mean, Rui's the favorite. She won the first game pretty convincingly, actually. We had Jennifer on to call that checkmate. It ended with a beautiful, brilliant move, knight d5. Missed how she won that knight in the first place. But now Rui has the black pieces, and she has draw odds, which is great. And yeah, so far, both sides of castle king side. White's pushed a couple pawns in front of the king. Both sides, I mean, all the pieces are still on the board. They've only traded one pawn off each.
Yep. Oh, this is the second game that's gonna. Okay, I see. Let me quickly update this for a second. In the meantime, yeah, Joe, if you could fill us in, what's your take on our guests today? Obviously, I mean, I cannot summarize it more than enough, but just give me 1 minute in the meantime for this one.
Yeah, well, I mean, every single guest we've had has been amazing, incredible. I mean, these are like historical people in the world of chess, and for Jennifer and poker. But seriously, I don't think we could add anyone else on our guest list that has been as impactful to the world of women's chess than Jennifer Shahade or Susan Polgar. Like, I mean, these are two of the most important people in all of women's chess. Without them, I feel like we would be so far behind. Um, and to have Sabina and Malik joining, kind of having testament to that, right? How important these events and programs are to help give these talented girls opportunities and events to play in and to compete in, and to really foster that environment for their skills to develop and to meet each other, and to have like the women's team compete at an Olympic level. I mean, it's really incredible stuff.
Yeah, I'm fixing a little bit the board here, and so but right after that we're gonna have Susan joining us.
Yeah, Susan was on yesterday, and so it's going to be awesome to have her joining back again today. Talk a little bit about these semifinalists and the finalists, and maybe even call a little bit of Rochelle's final game, because that game should be starting in just a couple minutes. Perhaps there is that 5-minute delay on the events page. But it should be underway between her and Omia. So Omia still has a chance to tie it back up if she gets a win of her own. But I mean, I feel like every guest that we've asked so far about who's the favorites, they've all picked Rochelle, myself included. So I feel that she's probably pretty confident in her ability here, especially with draw odds. Even though she has the black pieces, she's been very much on top of it today. So, and she's, I think, gotten through the worst of it actually against Rui in that first game. That was definitely her most shaky moment, but she was able to get through it just fine, holding a draw even down 2 pawns. So, but giving credit to Omia, she played a very good match against Avery to make it to the finals. And she definitely still has great opportunity with the white pieces to get a win of her own and force an Armageddon with Rochelle. And from there, pretty much anything could happen.
Right. And in the meantime, I'm gonna welcome Susan right here in the show while I'm bringing back the boards. She's joining us right away. Hello, Susan, and welcome back on the show. Thank you so much for making it for us. And sorry for keeping you waited.
No problem.
Welcome back, Susan. It's an honor to have you here. And of course, you were on yesterday for the Swiss, but today now we have the 4 finalists, and we actually have it narrowed down to the finals match between Rochelle and Omia. Have you been watching the game so far?
I watched a little bit at the end of the first game. I saw that there was an isolated pawn going on, and eventually Rochelle managed to win that endgame, rook endgame, and giving her the odds, obviously, for the final game, which is huge. But Omiya now has the white pieces, so that gives, of course, chances always. But clearly, Rochelle is the favorite. She's the higher rated player, the more experienced player, and having draw odds is big. But
Yeah.
I'm not seeing the game right now.
Yeah, I'm
So-
about to bring it on the board,
Oh,
but
okay.
in the meantime, how satisfied as the main organizer are you with the event so far? We're approaching the final moments.
Yeah, I'm glad that mostly things went very well, and a lot of girls from most of the states have been represented. This is such a history that the event has for over 20 years now, that it started with a dream that I know Jan talked about, the Denker, that had, of course, an even longer history that was basically for the boys. And the very few girls got to represent their states. And that was the whole idea behind this tournament, that if boys have their own event, let's give an opportunity for the top girls as well from each state. So I'm very proud of this event, and it has been the highlight of the work of my foundation over 20 years, more than 20 years now. And as we talked about it yesterday, a lot of girls got the opportunity to win scholarships in over $6 million over the years. So this is, of course, now the pinnacle right now, this last hour, to see which girl will win which scholarship, at the end
Exactly.
of the event. So it's pretty exciting to see.
Yeah, we were talking about yesterday how special are the scholarships, and that they are in fact you cannot push them. If, for example, a girl is not yet in the high school and wins the tournament, but there is no such a thing as pushing the scholarship to the 5th place, unfortunately, which makes it even more unique.
Yes. So I think they usually have 3 years to actually exercise the scholarship. So I think the girls who would win this year, they have until 2027, fall of 2027, to begin their studies.
That's amazing.
So, and in many occasions, even if, let's say, they wouldn't be ready yet, because let's say they are still in middle school, the university would make an exception and allow them to exercise it, say, in 2028 instead of 27.
That's very nice for sure. And we actually had Webster's current coach, Liam Lay, joining us earlier. So they would have an opportunity if they go to have him coach. And I wanted to ask you, obviously he was a former player there, you were the former coach there. What do you think Liam has done well since you've left the program? Like, do you think that you had some big shoes to fill, maybe? Has he exceeded your expectations?
Well, I couldn't be more proud of Lim than what he has been doing. He learned, obviously, most of the tricks or the methods, let's say, of what I've been using, and making Webster as successful in collegiate chess as I did. And I've been so happy that when I asked him if he'd be interested in taking over my place when I was ready to retire from running Spice for 14 years, and he said yes, I was so happy, because I think he is not just a great player, but he's a great coach. He's a great person. He has very high morals. I think he's a great role model for all the students who are there or will be there in the future. And And most importantly, I think he has the respect of the players on and off the chessboard. And as I always talked about, Spice is more than about just chess. It's about the holistic approach. It's about making sure the students get good examples and good ethics taking away when they graduate. And I think he very much follows in those footsteps, which is most important to me. Winning championships obviously is important, but it's not the only important thing, and it's not necessarily even the most important thing. But to be exemplary in their on and off the chessboard lives.
Yeah, we talked about the
It's a
importance
lot
of
more than just chess.
the community indeed so much, and we had a lot of guests here, including females who participated in the events, and they were saying that their best memories in chess have been being a part of the training camp and the tournaments for the Susan Polgar Foundation.
Yes, it's always heartwarming to hear those feedback that we're doing something right, and the girls enjoy it in addition to benefit from it potentially.
Yeah, we were even talking
So-
about how cool it would be to have the alumni events where girls which are more the age limits could also participate and get back to this, bring back those memories.
Absolutely, and I actually should have thought of it this year as well, because in many of the last years, we actually did have a side event for the alumni, for the girls who are older, or ladies at this point, or even mothers. So last year we did have several years we had these events, but of course with the expense involved and the logistics involved of them coming back, they are already working women, most of them, and mothers and families and all that. It's not so simple. So usually the attendance was rather limited, but actually this year we could have done it because it's online. So definitely, thank you for reminding me of that idea for next year if we do it online. Definitely, it's a community, and actually, it's amazing that many of the girls who met at the first event back in 2004, they are still great friends to today's day, and it's really amazing to see a whole generation grow up through these events. Some of the girls who are now in their 20s, they were little 7, 8, 9 year olds when they first participated in the event.
And now their little 7, 8 years old are participating in the events that you continue to organize.
Absolutely. So it's amazing. It's something that's very dear to my heart.
We had speaking of chess moms, we had Jennifer Shahade on just earlier, and she was mentioning how you and your sister started playing at a young age, and maybe how it's influenced her in teaching her son Fabian when to play. So I wanted to ask you, when do you think is the best time to teach your kids to play chess?
I think it a lot depends on the child's maturity, but generally I would say anywhere between 4 and 6. And yeah, I think that's typically the best age because kids are very quick in picking things up, and they are very curious. So I think that's in general for not just for chess, but I think for many things that's the ideal age to get into a bit more seriously, other than just an introduction to the subject.
Yeah,
Is that the same
Jennifer.
age that you taught your kids?
Yeah, actually, I did it. In fact, I think I taught my elder son Tom. He was even not yet 4 when I introduced him to chess, and he took a liking to it. And actually, he was very, very good for his age until he was actively training and playing in tournaments. He has won several national championships of his age group. Back when he was like around, I think 7, 8, 9 years old, he was pretty good, and eventually he became a master as well.
Yeah, we Jennifer mentioned that she put one of the puzzles from that you created in her book that when you were 4, I believe.
Yes, yes. Yeah, that was so funny because I loved puzzles when I was little. I still do, but those kind of puzzles, those made in two kind of puzzles that I no longer spend too much time on. My father liked those and have shown me many. And then one day, how most of these puzzles get composed is that you play a game and it's almost a puzzle, but it has, let's say, multiple solutions or doesn't quite work. So you need to switch around a piece or two. And that's how that came about. But I'm really proud of that.
Yeah, it's really incredible. So I didn't have the chance to ask Jennifer when she was on, but maybe you would know. Has Jennifer ever played in one of these events?
I don't think so. I think she was kind of already older.
Yeah.
Maybe the very first year or two she could have played, but she was already too good. Maybe she felt that she was perhaps already U.S. champion, I think, among women or playing for it. I don't remember exactly the year, but I think it was a little bit just after she was still playing junior events.
Okay. But she can still be involved. Of course, she's promoted women's chess so much. And you mentioned like alumni events, and I'm sure when you guys have the camps in person, you also have guests and other
Absolutely.
speakers. Yeah.
Absolutely. But other top women players today, such as Alice Lee or Jennifer Yu, they all have been alumni, of course, and they played when they were younger. And it was great seeing them growing up through these events that my foundation was running.
Yeah, Susan, we do not mean to keep you for too long, but perhaps if you could give us some blessing on the current finalists and probably make a guess. I mean, we already have know the first result, but still judging on the current position that we have now on
Yeah, I'm not
the
seeing it, so I cannot say anything. I thought you were going to share the screen of the board.
Oh yeah, so it's on stream, but I think Joe can send you the link directly in chat.
I see. Okay, let me try to see there if I can pick it up.
Yes, so once again, to summarize, Rochelle did win the first game versus Omiya. She's higher rated, and the second game is now being played. That's the decider, probably, yeah, because Rochelle is only half a point away from the championship. Yeah, and it was a little bit up and down in the first round where Rochelle kind of swindled a win from Rui. Was unexpected. Now Rui is playing for the third place. Looking solid there as well.
Yeah, if I'm looking correctly here, Omiya is having pressure actually on Rochelle's c6 pawn. So
Yes.
she actually has some chance to maybe equalize this game, this match, if she wins this game. And then obviously it could go for further playoff. So it's not over yet. So Rochelle still has to play well in order to at least secure a draw and win the tournament. So it's not over at all, which is interesting, obviously, for the spectators and the stream. I assume if well, Black needs to defend the pawn right now that's being attacked, and then it could be attacked the second time. But if Black can hang on to that c6 pawn, then Black can save the game. So it all revolves around that c6 backward pawn that that Black has, and if she manages to keep that, then she'll be fine.
Yeah, that pawn's definitely a
But
sore
it's really in
site.
danger right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Rook a6 played to defend it, but White looks like they can play knight e5 as well.
Exactly. So at first sight, it looks quite dangerous for Black.
Interesting, very interesting. That's what we want to see.
Yeah, I think if Black could somehow create a pin like Rook a7 and double up with the Rook, but the problem is there is that knight e7 fork also in the air. So It's quite tricky. Oh, the rook she played rook a6. Oh, so now black is very passive. All the pieces literally on the defense of that poor c6 pawn, and white has two more pieces that can attack that pawn with, right? The knight on e5, as you just said, and rook b3, rook c3 coming as well. So there will be 5 attackers on that pawn.
Up knight
Wow.
e5 just happened on the board.
Yes, as expected, and black, I assume, will play knight e7 to protect it, and then rook b3 to reposition the rook to c3, and then the knight from f6 may need to go to d7 and b8. But they cannot go to d7 because the knight will be on e5, so it cannot go. So that's a
Wow.
problem.
Yeah.
Then I don't know how the knight will protect on c6. So that's, wow, this will be fascinating how this ends.
Yeah. I mean, assuming white even wins this black pawn, is that going to be enough, or do you think Rochelle still has good drawing chances?
Well, I mean, objectively, I think then black would be in serious trouble. But obviously, given that this is a rapid game and okay, the players are not grandmasters, anything can happen, obviously. But I'd be very worried if I'm black, let's say, against another GM, if I lose that c6 pawn
Oh yeah.
without immediate counterplay.
Absolutely. And this is the final, so this is also when it's important to control your emotions. And, you know, it's always easier for us to judge from the side rather than from a position of a player who only is half a point away from the win.
Absolutely. I'm sure both girls must be emotional, and whoever manages to control their emotions better and make better decisions because of it obviously has the edge.
Yeah, and Omiya seems to be up on the clock as well. So Rochelle definitely uncomfortable here in the position and is spending some time to think of a defense. But this format, I think, really makes it very exciting, right? It's a 2-game match, and if it's still tied, it even goes to Armageddon. I wanted to ask, in the past events, has it always been a similar format to this?
Pretty much, yes. Even when it's in person, even last year, I remember we did have a Armageddon playoff, a Blitz playoff between the two winners, Alice Lee and I think Rui Yang. And yeah, it's always dramatic. It's always comes down to the nerves. Who can handle the pressure, you know, the emotions better. That's very much part of chess. And I keep stressing this, you know, to all the young players out there that knowledge is one part of the equation. So, you know, I like to say there are 3 significant elements to success in chess and probably in most other things as well. It's the talent that basically we don't have much input to. Then the one we have the most input to is obviously the skill, which comes with a lot of practice and repetition and effort, hard work put in. But then there is a probably equally important element to the other 2 combined, and that is having the mental toughness, having the nerves, being able to overcome the different distractions, noises, you know, and that's where a lot of people struggle. They are not able to have that full focus, that cutting out the emotions, and therefore they make huge mistakes. I don't know if any of you were following, for example, today Norway chess between the 2 world champions. Magnus set up a very basic, elementary trick of 2-move checkmate, and Ding Liren fell for it. And it's clearly not because he all of a sudden is not a 2800 level player in knowledge. However, he was unable to bring his best today because obviously some things he was too worried, what if I lose, or I don't know, whatever was in his head. But it's clearly that he didn't become a beginner level chess player all of a sudden, even though he made a beginner level mistake because he was unable to keep his focus.
Yeah,
So
psychology is.
yeah, psychology is so much of the game that people don't really understand.
Quite sad. Ding is definitely in certain, you know, that kind of we say sometimes black hole, you know, that's something needs to happen to get yourself out of that. It's just all this kind of negative state of mind that affects his chess.
Yeah, the state of mind is everything when it comes to chess. It's such a psychological, such a mental game that one bad decision, like Ding's game, for example, it was still an equal position. And it was a rather obvious trick that Magnus has set. One move from equal position, it's literally mate.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and watch that because I've been too
Yeah, I'm sure you heard
focused on
this stream, obviously. But it tells you that even when it comes to a world champion,
Yeah.
right,
Oh,
and 2,800 players, it can show that they can all of a sudden make a mistake of practically of a beginner.
Yeah. Speaking of mistakes and not necessarily, we actually, while we were thinking, we had a huge things happening and the change of the circumstances here, because in the game the queen went to b8 to pin the knight, and white responded with a solid king g1, but it turned out to be a little bit too slow because apparently white missed the incredible c5 opportunity to
Wow, that's amazing.
yeah, and neither of the pawns can take the c5 pawn because both
The other
b4
knights
and
are hanging.
d4 have to protect the knight, and after
Right.
knight b3, the pawn that used to be a weakness, backwards pawn, now is a protected pass pawn on c4. How crazy is this? Like, things can
That's
turn.
amazing.
Just like you
Yeah,
were
that-
saying, Susan, in a couple of moves, everything changed. Table turned.
Yes, yes,
credit to Rochelle. She turned her
yes. Very
c6 pawn
resourceful.
weakness into a connected pass pawn on c4.
Wow, whole different ball game all of a sudden. I think now Rochelle is pretty safe because all of a sudden it seems like she is the more likely one to win, and the draw is certainly not really in danger at this point. But then again, as we said, it's about nerves, it's about time management. Let me look at the times. It's still 18 minutes against 14, but it's much, much better from Black's perspective than it was a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Susan, while we still have you here, this is something we didn't talk that much, but you're the perfect person to fill us in. Besides the Invitational Girls event, what are other projects that Susan Polgar Foundation is organizing and have been putting on the chess scene for all these years?
Yes, we had nearly 20 years also of the Susan Polgar Foundation's National Open that currently we have partnered up with the Washington State Chess Federation. And that event is in the Seattle area already for several years. It has been moving around the country for many years in different cities. But this year, again, it will be in the Bellevue, which is a suburb of Seattle. And we also used to have the Susan Polgar Foundation's World Open that also had many editions. Currently, we don't have one this year. But we did many projects over the years, from Chess for Peace that involved Mikhail Gorbachev, for example, and Anatoly Karpov. Or we used to do event for the top girls. We used to have special intense training camps. We did many projects. Right now, these are the two main events that we do this year, the SPFGI and then the National Open for girls. That's open to any girl, not just two per state. And then, of course, we have the Spice Cup. That's not just focusing on girls or women. That's open to grandmasters, and that has been actually at some point the highest rated invitational section. In our peak year in 2012, we had MVL playing, Wesley So play, Dingley Ran, a reigning world champion. So we had some major events even on the professional side.
Wow, that's incredible.
That's before Singpel Cup came about. up to that point, our event was the highest rated ever event in the US.
But yeah, that's incredible. That is amazing. You're doing so much for chess in general, but especially for these women players and these girls. And it looks like Rochelle's gotten through the worst of this game. And I do know that she is graduating high school, so this is also her last time playing in this event. So to finish her last event as a champion, I know would mean a lot. But I'm not quite sure the age of the other players. I'm assuming a lot of them will have another chance. I know you said Rui got second place last year. So maybe she has another chance next
So
year.
I think Rui has tied for first and won the playoff actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I know Alice.
Alice and Rui tied last year.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and Rui won the playoff match, but they were co-champions. We consider them co-champions when they tie for first.
Okay. And this would
At
be
least in the
Rochelle.
regular format. This is kind of different because there is an automatic playoff. So last year, in normal in-person years, it's just a regular straight Swiss. The online format is somewhat different because there is just 4 qualifiers and then there is a second playoff day. So this is different.
Got it. But this would be Rochelle's first time winning the event, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's a big deal. Unless Omiya, of course, can come back in this game. But yeah, it's been an honor to talk to you, Susan.
My pleasure. And I'm so glad that you guys are doing a wonderful job with the stream and all the guests. I really appreciate all the support to the event. And thanks also for Alexandra Botes, who is a board member of my foundation and has been a great supporter. And of course, she was a participant for many years along with Andrea at this very event. So I've known them, saw them grow up literally from young girls to now young ladies.
Yeah, and they've been super successful. And we had Papa Botez on yesterday, who's always a treat to talk to.
Yeah, he was, of course, a great supporter of this event for many years, as long as the two girls played. And he was arbiter in some years and volunteered in many ways with the event. So we have a dear bond with the Botes family in general.
Yeah, we've been incredibly lucky to have all these amazing guests who have had a huge impact to the yes chess scene. So very excited show so far, and I guess the most exciting minutes are about to come. But as far as for now, Susan, we will let you go. Thank you so much for taking your time to come here and join us and share all this wonderful insights that you have overall on the projects. And thanks for the event.
My pleasure. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right, Joe, back to us. Oof, what a fantastic show. I am so overwhelmed and bringing back the chessboard. We should definitely take a look at the fight for the third place, because I believe that game could have already finished. Actually, not yet. Rui is playing with Avery. I'm bringing that board right
This
away.
game's been pretty back and forth, actually. I believe, if I could look at, yeah, it was definitely. So Avery, just a reminder, Rui won in a dramatic checkmate in the first game. This is for the third place match. Avery needs to win to force Armageddon tiebreak. And
Wow.
so Avery has the white pieces, which is good. But Rui was doing very well. I don't know if you are going through the game.
Yeah, I'm quickly scrolling through the moves right as we speak.
Yeah, so there are same side castles, and looks like Rui was able to get an attack on this king. This king was kind of exposed after a lot of pawn pushes. You'll see white has a lot of pawns on white squares, which makes the dark squares somewhat weak. And then there was a critical moment. Black could have continued an attack on this king on f2. And instead they trade off their knights for the bad bishop of
On
Avery,
E2.
Avery's light square bishop.
Yeah, so apparently the same move that happened in the game, but in the right moment, f5 would have been the decider and secured the win. But instead, as Joe says, Black did a huge mistake by taking on e2, and after knight takes, f5 is now really bad because it's like all the squares are now protected and it's gonna backfire. We see d6. D6 slight inaccuracy, rook d5, probably, and now knight d4. Oh boy, back and forth mistake. This is crazy, as you say, Joe. Evil bar is going so up and down. Wow, what an exciting game to watch.
Yeah, and both players now less than 5 minutes, so Rui only 2 minutes. Really, there's any result possible. Although it looks like in the current position, it's saying that there's only one good move for white, an only move position here. Is it obvious to you, Dina, that do you even see the move?
Well, I understand that the threat is e5, and we need to get ourselves out of this spin, but we cannot just move the queen because we would lose the knight. So in that regard, it's not a complicated move to find. Yeah, we gotta kind of force the capture and then queen takes and we are out of the pin. But maybe if bishop takes on a3, then we would be kind of with the pawn down. But I keep forgetting then the knight takes the rook. So yeah, I would see a3 as a must.
Yeah, but it's time pressure situation. So
Right.
I would be impressed, I think, if Avery finds a3, because that is not that clear to me, actually. You're saying the threat is e5, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know. I think it's a really tricky spot to be in for Avery, especially knowing it's a must-win situation and time is ticking down.
Nice. And we hope to get some of the participants today later as guests as well. We've been extremely lucky thanks to our TD Judith Tare, who's been bringing all these people in to us. So we definitely will want to see any participant that will be able to join us, of course.
Yeah, we were gonna have player interviews today. Yesterday didn't have the chance, but today we will, so that'll be very exciting. Avery has played the top and the only move, a3. What a nice find here from Avery in time pressure, keeping things alive. Her hopes and her chances are now good in this position because, again, as you said, bishop takes a3. There's knight takes d5 as a possibility, unpinning the knight. So yeah, this is a clutch moment.
Yeah, I do agree. Okay, and queen takes c3. Rook c5.
And Avery's up time too, so even though the position is even, there's lots of room for mistakes. Again, Avery needs to win, otherwise she's going to be beaten by Rui, who would take third place. Rui just needs a draw. And I do think that Black's king is safer, because the king is tucked back and has those pawns in front, but Black also has this isolated e6 pawn. It is also opposite color bishops, but they still have the knights on, right? So maybe Black is looking for some sort of knight trade.
Up knight to c6.
Now,
And this
does
game
White
is...
have a chance to win a pawn if you trade knights? Does b6 fall?
Oh, are we gonna see another opposite colors bishop endgame with queens on the board? That rings the bell. Poor Rui, she might be traumatized from those.
Okay, so she doesn't trade knights immediately.
Because, no, yeah. Because
She
white needs
she's
a win. Yeah, in that case, it would be easy to. I think queen would take on c6. That's why queen would take on c6, offering queen to 8. And if queens are getting swapped, then the draw would be easy.
yes, but in this line, you still have queens on, yes, but material is still even. So I think I would have preferred up a pawn with queens off, but maybe Avery's gonna
Yeah, it
find
wouldn't
some
be a
other way.
chance to win at all. It would be dead draw. So that's why the situation is practically better, because at least you can try to attack. And you know, with opposite colored bishops, the only chance to play for a win is to get the queens on the board and to attack and to get the checkmate, because it's like you are pieced down to defend those squares. Unfortunately, here there is only one weakness. So yeah, this game is gonna be a draw. I suggest we move to the other game in the meantime.
Yeah, let's take a look at the other game. We will keep our eyes on Rui versus Avery because that game is going to end likely soon. Maybe Avery can push it out as long as possible, because there is that 5-second increment, and she does need to win. But yeah, let's get an update on the final board.
Oh no, something tells me that the final board has finished.
No,
Oh, okay, I'm looking at the wrong game.
you might be looking at game 1.
Okay. Oh, here it is, my bad. No, that's the same one. I'm getting there. Oh, here. Finally. Ooh, remember we looked at this game together with Susan? We were saying that Rochelle has found a fantastic trick of c5. That was a brilliant trick that she set up on purpose. After such a passive position, she managed to break through, put her pawn on c4, and then later on, took on e4. And now has a beautiful pass pawn c, which used to be a weakness, but that's a beautiful way of how to get rid of your weakness. And this is the position that we have right now.
Yeah, I love having a connected pass pawn on the C file, especially given the alternative of having that backwards weakness on C6. So Rochelle's really flipped the table here. But as Susan said, it could flip back at any moment. Rochelle is down on time. Omia in a must-win situation. She's going to have to push through somehow. And it's her turn right now. So computer's calling for this aggressive G4 move. It's very committal, but also it attacks the knight, which is just on the f5 square, kind of locked in by these pawns. I noticed that white's knight and queen are both doubling up on f7. So the knight is slightly pinned, perhaps, in a way. But the queen on d5, well placed by Rochelle, does defend it backwards. Not seeing g4, we see h4 instead. And
Ooh.
I think this is like a more human approach than g4, right? g4 seems like it's making a lot of weaknesses in front of the king, whereas h4 looks like this is just a classical attack on the h file, trying to get in h5, maybe going to push to h6 and maybe create a thorn in Rochelle's king sides. Maybe a way to get in there, but maybe pairing this with h5 and then g4.
Right, that would be huge. And as we see, white does have to take some risk here in order to do something, because they need to strike back. There is no other option. There is no choice. And sometimes it's good, you know. Sometimes it can help. It's probably the right way. Yep. And we still have a little bit of time here. Rochelle is actually 5 minutes lower on time. She's 5 minutes versus 10 for Omia. F6 has happened. Okay.
F6, this is also kind of a weakening move. Like, if I'm white, I actually would like to see this move. In fact, knight goes to g4 with a huge threat of forking the king and queen, but king up to g7. That defends the pawn, but I mean, isn't that a long-term weakness? Like, would you have ever played f6 against the advice of Benjamin Feigold?
Well, yeah, but again, it's like chess is a beautiful game with full of rules, but even more exceptions to those rules, right? So here f6 is an amazing move because it kicks away the strongest piece of white and also blockades like and takes the control of all the squares on g5 and on e5, and then the h6 is taken care of. And now because the knight is on g4, your favorite move, Joe, g pawn to 4 cannot be played. So I think here pretty much f6 is killing the whole buzz of the situation over here.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Rook a1 is a nice attempt because you kind of want to enter with your rook, even though and then hoping if they play rook a8, then you got queen c7, but happen.
So yeah, rook a1 looking to trade off rooks and to take the a file, really. We would love to get a rook to the 7th with check now that the f pawn's not there. But black obviously doesn't have to trade. They could go rook a4. I was thinking, why not double the rooks on the a file? The computer is not suggesting that. Is there something wrong with rook c to a8?
Yeah, it's because queen goes to c7.
Okay.
Yeah, but that probably won't be happening. Because yeah, no chance black will miss the.
Well, is that necessarily so bad? Could we block with queen on f7?
You can, but the queen goes back, so then I don't have to trade. We can analyze that. Like rook a8.
Okay.
For example, I probably have to capture first because otherwise my rook is sacked, and then I go queen c7, you go queen f7. But now I can, for instance, I can even win a pawn. Up, takes, and fork. When they went back.
Wow.
Isn't that
Wait,
beautiful?
knight takes. What's wrong with king takes
And
on f6?
you can try, but then I have a surprise for you, my friend.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Uh-oh. Is there checkmate?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes. You're just walking into what I want. Up.
Do you think Rochelle saw this?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There's no chance she would not.
Yeah, Rochelle's played rook a4, so yeah, not allowing queen c7 tricks with knight takes on f6. That is a deep line that I completely missed.
All right, let's see how is the game going. Oops.
Oh, we have a result between Ryung and Avery.
Already?
Yeah, they traded queens and it was just opposite color bishops.
Nice. So congratulations to Rui then on making it to the 3rd place.
Yeah, and I believe we should be able to add her as a guest so we can have a player interview. Maybe people could put some questions in chat for the 3rd place finisher of Susan Polgar Foundation Girls Invitational, the 21st edition.
That would be amazing. Up, and she's here joining the game, joining the room. Welcome her. There we go. Hello, Rui. Congratulations on the 3rd place.
Thank you.
You managed
Rui.
to come back from this unpleasant experience that you had in the first game today.
Yeah. I think after like I drew that position against Rochelle, I was kind of like mad at myself. But and then the second game against her, I think I just like messed out the opening. Like there wasn't much to do after.
Do you
So,
think had
Rui,
you won the first game, it would you would have it was
it would have gone to Armageddon.
Yeah, maybe. I think if I won, I will also play the second game like more confidently, I guess.
Yeah, so you
But,
wouldn't necessarily have to lose the second one, right?
Yeah.
Definitely changes things. But Rui, I believe you're also from California, and you've known Rochelle for a while. What was it like to play? Maybe are you guys friends?
We're like somewhat friends. Yeah, we talk occasionally.
Okay. And you're in high school right now, yes?
Yeah, I have finals next week.
Oh, good luck.
Oh, but said you were also studying. No, it's not you. It's Rochelle who is studying in London.
Oh yeah, I'll be like doing college apps. I'll be starting them this summer, and then because I'll be a senior next in the fall, so
Okay.
I'll
Do
be
you
fine.
have any dream schools that you're applying to?
Um, nah, I think
Okay.
like a lot of them are too expensive. So
But
Okay.
now that you were on the third place, you got the chance to you win a certain part of the scholarship for Webster.
yeah, see the thing is that I like got first place last year at the Susan Polgar, so I
Mhm.
already have a full ride. But yeah, so it's yeah, I got kind of close today, but yeah.
And you're already a FIDE master. When did you get the title?
Um, do I like when I was 14, I think? I don't remember. It was it was a while ago.
So you must have won some World Youth Championship to get the title.
No, I got it from like getting 2300.
That's awesome.
Oh
And
wow.
Yeah.
so I'm assuming you're next trying to look for international master title.
I don't know. It's kind of hard these days.
What about Women's Grandmaster? Is that on the line, or you don't consider women titles real?
I do have WIM, Woman International Master, and if I get WGM before I graduate, it'll be kind of nice, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Nice. Any ambition for U.S. national team?
Um, Probably. I think my rating is just too low because like my FIDE is like it's not doing yeah.
Any reason for that?
I just played a bunch of little kids.
Yeah. I'm happy you say it yourself.
So, speaking of little kids, I heard you have a sibling that also plays.
Yeah, my sister's really talented.
Have you helped her a lot in coaching?
Um, a bit. She just annoys me a lot.
Oh. Wow, she's like 5 or 6 and already 1500 USCF.
I think she's like 1700, almost 1700 now.
And
Wow.
how old
Yeah.
is she?
She's she's like 8, so
Oh,
Oh,
okay,
okay.
she's a wow.
Well,
But she's not was she playing yesterday?
no, she was playing the Rockefeller qualifier this weekend.
mm.
So
Nice. Are you worried that your younger sibling might outpass you one day?
yeah, I mean she probably will at this rate she's going, so
Well, that would be a good thing, right?
yeah.
And there's a lot of chess families out there. Obviously, this is run by Susan Polgar, and she has her sisters that also play chess. I wanted to ask you if you had maybe a role model or like a chess hero that you look up to in the chess world.
So I think like one of my former favorite players was like Karpov and like Petrosian, the world champion. Um, now like I haven't like really had like a lot of time to like study that much because I'm busy with school and stuff.
Hmm.
So, but yeah, they were like one of my favorite players.
That's
That's awesome.
understandable. And I was curious, like looking at the graph, like there's so many of you girls kind of same age and kind of close to each other who are all from California, in particular San Francisco. Is there like a special thing that you guys kind of motivate each other, bond together, and that helps you do continue chess, or what's your take on it?
Um, Not really. I think we just kind of hang out at chess tournaments, and I think it's nice to just see like other girls who like also like on the same edge as you, and also like are like extremely talented. So yeah.
So, Rui, I know that you played last year,
Mm,
and you tied for first with Alice Lee. So I
yeah.
wanted to ask you your opinion I'm assuming, do you like it better in person, or does online have its own perks?
I think I like it better in person, just partly because it's like longer and like you can like have like more like lasting friendships, I guess. And like you can like talk in person and just like have fun, I guess. But like online, I mean, it's short, it's over weekend, so
Yeah,
yeah, I guess.
I guess it helps save time when you're studying for finals, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, Rui, congratulations on third place. It's very exciting. I know you've played in this event before, and I think you have one more year to play, I guess, next year, right?
Yeah. I think so. I don't know.
Okay, well, we'll expect to see you back again next year, and we'll keep an eye out for more future successes because you have a lot of talent, and hopefully you'll be playing in college as well, right?
Yeah, hopefully.
And
Awesome.
we'll make sure that draws are no longer allowed for the next year.
Well, luckily with this playoff format, we force a Armageddon, so
Yeah.
anyways. But yeah, thank you so much. It's been very exciting to watch your games. You had a very nice finish here against Avery in that first game.
Thank you.
And good luck with your final exams.
I'll need it. Thank
Thanks
you.
again. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, so we have one last game finishing up here between Rochelle and Omia. It's basically a blitz game now. Less than 2 minutes for Rochelle, who is completely winning now. How do you feel about what are going to be the finishing touches here? The queen's infiltrating now on G3.
Well, let me quickly update us. So after Rook A1, there was the Rook A4. The blunder that we discussed didn't happen. And after F3, that happened right after. We got E takes F3, G takes F3, H5, and whoa. F3. G takes F3, H5, Knight F2, Queen to D6, Queen to E4. So many changes. Rook to T7, Rook takes A4, B takes A4, Queen A8, Queen G3. And yeah, as you say, Joe, the position is now completely lost, but it's a time scramble. So maybe some things will change.
Yeah, there's knight takes d4 is a big threat. The queen comes right back to the center to d5, maybe putting pressure on c4. Yeah, I really am not a fan of this king on e2, right? There's rook e7 check.
Does not
Rook
look
e7,
good.
you're gonna have to defend with like knight e4, but then you're gonna get checked on g2. Ooh, didn't play rook e7. But yeah,
Okay.
again, only a minute for Rochelle, 2 minutes for Omia, and Rochelle won the first game, so must win for white. She picks up the pawn on c4, equalizing the material, but again, rook e7 check is in the cards. There's
Okay.
also now queen e3.
Ay. Well, Omiya did try. That was a nice try.
Okay, rook e7 on the board.
The move you called for. Knight to
Block,
e4.
queen check. And now the f pawn will fall with check, and then the knight will fall as well. So yeah, that's just winning a piece for Rochelle now. Very nice. Nice tactic. Yeah, and Black even had knight e3 if they wanted to. So Rochelle wins the knights, now has more checks to follow. I'm expecting either mates or resignation very soon. King in the corner. The rook is now hanging. Check. And then mates in 1b3. Very nice. So Rochelle, she wins the championship. She is the #1 player in both the Swiss and the playoffs. She didn't lose a single game today. She won both of these games in the finals. She only had the one draw in game 2 against Rui in the semifinals. And we actually have Rochelle ready to join us.
Yes, congratulations to Rochelle, who is our champion. There we go. We got our champion. Congratulations and welcome on the show, Rochelle.
Thank you.
Whoa,
for
whoa,
having me.
whoa. What a tight match, especially the first one. You saved that position. When did you know that you were not gonna lose it?
When I realized, like, I think when I was down 2 pawns, but it was like offset her bishops, and I realized that like she can't really make progress with her king because like I think she had a pawn on h4 and I had a bishop like targeting it, so she couldn't move her king away. And if she moved one of her pawns, then like it's just like stuck like that forever. So I was like I got really lucky there.
Nice. And I guess
Yeah.
that's what inspired you for the second game that you managed to win.
Yeah, I mean, I knew I had better chances with the white pieces. So because I honestly, I feel like the entire time when I was black, she had the upper hand because I really just went wrong somewhere early on. So I like missed something really, really silly. It was like I played this move bishop f5 and I completely just forgot about knight d4 and then I was just like I was just like losing the entire game.
Yeah, you ended up giving up your light square bishop and having doubled F pawns, right? So
Yeah.
we actually had Liam Lee joining us for that game, and he gave us some very good insight into that sort of position. When you traded knights, he said that the right move would have been to take with the bishop first, because that way your bishop doesn't get tempoed, and then eventually you get kind of trapped, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, but I believe this was your last time playing this event and your first time being the champion. So going in, knowing that, did you feel like you had added pressure to try to finish as a champion?
No, not at all. Honestly, I just haven't played in chess in a pretty long time. Like I log in online and play Blitz and Bullet every once in a while, but I mean, I haven't played a tournament since February and since November and like before that since August. So I was just surprised I knew how the pieces still moved.
Wow. Is that
Be
because the
humble.
studies take most of your time?
I mean, I am in my second semester in senior year, which like um no one really takes that seriously. So I just spend most of my time with my friends and like relaxing before I go off to college.
But you mentioned that you were studying in London now?
Not yet. I'm starting in the fall.
Right. Are you excited about? I mean, I guess you are.
Yeah, I am.
So where are you going to school?
Northeastern.
That's awesome. Yeah, and I know they have a good chess club there. Have you
they?
looked into it?
I stalked their Instagram a little when I joined the Discord, but I mean, I can't join for the first year anyway since I'm gonna be abroad. It's in Boston. But once I do join, I hope that they play in Pan Am so I can go.
Yeah, and your brother has played in Pan Am's, yeah? Or
Has
no?
he? I don't think he has because I
Oh,
don't
okay.
UC Davis has a team.
Well, he did play in the Collegiate Chess League, and Northeastern has a couple of teams as well. So, do you think you would be interested in playing in that? And obviously, you don't have to answer now.
If they let me in, yes.
Yeah, I mean, you got into Northeastern, so they would definitely let you play. But yeah, Pan Am's moves around. We actually had the organizer on from the last couple of years, I think, as a guest as well, Glenn Panner. So I think Pan Am's would be a fun event. and we're trying to get more college tournaments up and running. I know FIDE actually has a World University Chess Championship themselves. So besides like competing in college, and you mentioned like maybe not playing as much OTB, but do you have any aspirations of maybe going for international master title?
I mean, I don't have any norms, so I would basically I would have to start from nothing. And I remember when I got my women's grandmaster title a few years ago, I was like, you know what, this is the last title I really have to get because I just wanted to put it on my college apps. But I guess like if I like I would have to find some new motivation to go and to get international master.
Do you mean you got the norm for the women's grandmaster or the title?
Oh, I got the title.
All right, because on your profile it was showing as a FIDE master.
Yeah, I don't know how to remove that.
We can update that for you.
Wait, really?
Well, if you, yeah, just
I've
now
been
we know. Now we know.
okay.
Okay, and I think you've had some maybe coaches or I think actually Papa Boat has joined yesterday and was sharing some stories about you when you were younger, saying that you never backed down, you're never like afraid to play like against the boys, um, and you definitely like aren't shy at all. So I wanted to ask, do you think like having an older brother that plays chess kind of helped you out, or no credit to Derek?
Oh, no, definitely. Cause Derek drags me everywhere. Like whenever he wants to hang out with someone, a lot of times he asks me if I want to join. So I mean, I never really say no, so it's pretty fun.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I've seen you guys have actually streamed together in the past. Do you have any more streaming aspirations, or maybe not really?
Not right now, no.
But maybe that'll
In the
change.
future.
That makes sense. And obviously you've played a lot in the US Championship.
I've only played one time.
Oh, okay. Well, do you think that you'll be back?
Um, if I qualify, I will be back.
Okay. So that's
Pretty
maybe
difficult to
another thing
qualify.
to aspire for.
Yeah.
So is it
We could
like
be
by
speaking to
rating
a
or you need to
future.
perform as well?
Well, I mean, there's like a few, I think there's like one spot that you can get from winning the US Junior Girls Tournament. But I'm not playing that this summer. And I think the rest is just by rating and wild card. And there's like one wild card, I think. So I think I would have to get in by rating.
Are you far off or no?
I have not checked in a long time.
Okay. So I asked Rui this question, and I'll ask you the same, but growing up and being part of this tournament, and we've had so many guests on, like Susan herself and like Jennifer Shahadi, and some of the coaches, and like Sabina Foiser, who's a former US Women's Champion. Do you have any role models in the chess world that you look up to?
Mm, I mean, I guess I consider like all like the girls that are like a few years older than me who I'm like good friends with, like Carissa Yip and Jennifer Yu. Like I guess I consider them my role models, especially when I was younger. They're really cool people and I mean they're really good chess players, so yeah. But I don't
But
think I have like I'm not like a super fan of anyone.
That's
yeah,
good. It says in the Bible, don't create yourself a role model. But in the Old Testament, not in the New.
Mhm.
Nice. Well, Rochelle, congratulations once again. It was an honor to have you on the show and to meet you, of course. And best of luck with your exams. Of course, that's your top priority. And if you decide to get back to competitive chess, professional chess, that'd be also a blast for all of us.
Thank you. Yeah,
yeah.
thank you for having me.
Congratulations once again, Rishabh. It's an honor to have watched your games, and good luck in the future. You have a lot of exciting things to come up, and I'm sure.
Thank you. Good luck to you too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye
Take care.
bye.
Well, Dina, that
Alright.
concludes the 21st Susan Polgar Foundation Girls Invitational. We've had exciting start and finish yesterday and today. Some absolutely incredible guests. You've been an amazing host. It's been quite the honor to watch these games, these talented players, essentially the future of U.S. women's chess, and it's a bright future at that. And a huge shout out once again to all the viewers and especially the organizers and Judith Stare for helping us bring everything together. And of course, Susan Polgar for making this a reality. So many dreams coming true, so many lives touched and impacted, and obviously the scholarships and the prizes. Just a life-changing event for so many people and families.
Indeed, I cannot add more to the importance and excitement of what you mentioned. And huge congrats to the winners. They get prizes. They also get the chance to use the scholarship for the Webster University if they get admitted. And huge event. For me, it's been an honor to be a part of it. It's been an absolute pleasure to work alongside with you, Joe. You are such a professional. And of course, Judith Terry has put an immense effort into making this everything happen. For me, it was such an amazing experience to have a feeling that she got our back. Thank you so much, guys, for everything you've done here. And I'm looking forward to the next edition. I'm gonna keep an eye on the National Open that's gonna take place in Washington State. Together with Susan Polgar Foundation, and of course in the next year's Girls Invitational. I feel honored to have been a part of this project.
Yeah, and like Susan said, maybe they'll bring back the alumni events, especially if they could do it online, and it'd be really cool to see the Botezes back again, being part of it. So, so much being done, and so much still needs to be done for women's chess, and like you said, happy to be part of this. Looking forward to next year's event.
Yes, and I believe on that we're gonna be sailing the raid. Well, thank you everybody. Cannot say more. It's been so much fun. And of course, I'm definitely keeping a lot of memories of all the guests that we had on the show. Great interactions and many people who I didn't know before. Such an honor to meet. I'm gonna go ahead and send the raid to another women chess ambassador, Aka Nemsko, who is a streamer and promoter for the game. And let's continue making women chess a good place to be.
Awesome. Sounds good. Thanks again, Dina. Take care.
All right. Let me initiate the raid before we say goodbye. And yeah. Well. The raid is ongoing. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Joe. And as far as for myself, I will be back next week with streams and, of course, competing again on Friday already with the Carolinas Classic. Joe, perhaps before we wrap up, what is next for you?
Well, I would be going to National Open. I'll be stopping by Thursday nights. I gotta say hi to Judith maybe before I head out, but I am flying to St. Louis from there for my friend's wedding. Yeah, good luck at Charlotte. You're gonna crush it. I know, and we're all looking forward to the stream as well.
Thank you so much, Joe, and say hi to Judith. I hope to meet again with all of you guys soon, and I guess see you around, Joe.
Yes, always a pleasure, Dina. Take care.
You too. Bye.